Hello, hello. I do a bit of a stretch because I have to. My arms, they are bad. So as mentioned in my announcement, ooh, I forgot to set it to loop. As mentioned in my announcement, I set the time wrong. I put it as PM and when I was meant to do AM for my time zone. So that's why it said 12 hours, 30 minutes ago. But hello, how's it going, everybody? Hello, achieved chair. Base Heathcliff wins, just. Oh, we'll get to Base Heathcliff. And hello, TV and Astrologer Dalek. See, it took me a second to read that one out, because it contains a word that isn't real. But I got it. I was technically a couple minutes early, so I'll probably wait before we start, but before then, I want to just quickly go over all the tiers, because there's only 5 of them, and you can probably guess what they all mean. Most envious IDs, these are the IDs that I believe are the most meta for the Envy Resonance team. By the way, Envy Resonance, my favorite team in the game. I think it's gone from being, like, the 9th best team overall to, like, 3rd after this season. It's kind of hilarious how much it's gotten in terms of support. Quite envious, this is our tier for IDs that are still really consistent, but aren't necessarily the best choice possible. Like, they'll be fine. Like, if you use any of the IDs in this list, you'll still do perfectly fine with your team. I mean, it's alright. These are IDs that are usually consistent, but a lot of the times you'll end up with a point where they end up breaking your chain. That's the big thing that you need to keep in mind with Envy Resonance teams, is you want to be able to make the Envy chain of 6 at every possible opportunity that you can. And once you get down to the blue tier here, is when you start getting to IDs that will either not perform super well, even if they don't break the chain, or can help make the chain, but will sometimes just not be able to. Blade Lineage upskills make me envious. Yeah, but the Blade Lineage only has 1 envy skill across its entire... That's not true at all. They have like 2, I think. Tremor Burn, Envy, Rupture, that's the ranking? I don't think that that's accurate at all. Oh, wait, you mean in terms of total. Yeah, I mean, Tremor Burn is probably the best team right now, yeah. It's kind of crazy how good they are. But to be fair, they did get all of the stuff right at the end, so it makes sense. The usable but bad tier is pretty self-explanatory. These are IDs that you can use, but are not good. And then, on the bottom here, these are IDs that are unusably bad, or are just straight up useless for the team. Either they literally cannot contribute to Envy Resonance, or their likelihood of being able to contribute to Envy Resonance combined with their actual overall strength makes it better to not include them. We're going to be going by Sinner. So when we get to a Sinner, I will talk about their overall usefulness in a team first, before we start ranking their IDs. Because, frankly, a lot of IDs are going to be in this bottom tier. There is just not... They did not plan for this team to be incredibly good when the game was first coming out, and then it became incredibly good. So, first off, I wanted to ask, how do y'all feel about the Envy Resonance team? Because this is a pretty important thing to think about, is how it actually feels to play. I think it feels great. I think they do things that most teams just don't. And they're really consistent, but they excel at very specific things. Like, obviously you want to be hit, so if an enemy is staggered, it doesn't really contribute. And then, also, they certainly deal a ton of damage, but their best IDs take a long time to ramp up. Is another thing to keep in mind. Very cathartic. I agree. I really did like playing Railway 6 and then clicking Otis's counter and watching it deal 1200 damage. It has middle Sinclair, so it's beat. It's going to be fun to talk about Sinclair specifically. But yeah, I'm going to assume that you're going to field 7 units, but with the caveat that double slotting middle Otis specifically is pretty good. Let's just call it pretty good. I don't think any of the other middle IDs are worth double slotting, though. They just don't have the raw power make it worth it. You might as well just have all of them and run them all single slot. I like Envy Team, but I don't like the meta of you have to counter every turn. I think some Sinners clashing with their skill 3 and sometimes skill 2 is better than countering all the time. See, that's the thing. The counter used as skill 3 is always going to be your best option for damage. But if an enemy is staggered, the middle IDs that aren't Otis tend to lose a lot of their damage. They don't have a huge supply of ego that are, like, super powerful that can also maintain the chain. And their best ego needs to clash in order to provide its best effect. So they definitely struggle when enemies get staggered a lot. I wish they did some work on other Resonance teams. I actually agree with that. I think Pride Resonance does just exist because Pride, Poise is just kind of like that. Lust Resonance is pretty close to being a real team, but it doesn't want, like, a lot of Lust. You only really need 2. Or 4 if you're using Enfaust passive. But it would be really cool to see, like, they introduce a new faction and it's like, oh yeah, you want to do Sloth Resonance and they're all really slow, but make up for it in the fact that they're really tanky and deal a lot of damage. And it's a Tremor team because Sloth. Middle Otis does make up for the damage. I'm saying the rest of them kind of don't. I think Middle Heathcliff, with his upgraded skill 3, does enough to not really care if the enemy is staggered or not. It is just better than the counter. But usually, you know. Also, Rupture is kind of Gluttony Resonance, but not really in a way that matters. You have to do it, but it's not really important. You know? That doesn't make any sense. Anyways, we'll be here for a while if I just keep tangenting. So, to start off, we have Yi Sang. Now, it really sucks that I have to talk about Yi Sang first, because unfortunately he has 0 ego that are Envy, and on top of that, 0 ego that actually help the Envy team. So, like, what am I supposed to talk about with this guy? There are, I want to say, 2 IDs that he has that actually, like, can function in this team right now until he gets a decent Envy ego. To start off, he's one of only 3 base Sinners with an Envy skill. The other 2... Sorry, I think that's 4, actually. Yeah, 4. And his Envy skill is, I believe, his skill 3. He is unusably bad as a base ID, definitely. The problem about middle team is half the IDs are outdated and middle Merceau doesn't trigger skill. I agree that middle Merceau not triggering his counter is a little annoying, but I think he provides other benefits to the team. So yeah, LCB Sinner Yi Sang is unusably bad. 7 Association Yi Sang is unusably bad in this team. Molar Yi Sang, wouldn't you believe it, unusably bad. Now, Pequod Yi Sang is one of the only ones that's like, oh yeah, this kind of is okay. He has 2 skill 2s in his lineup that are Envy. Unfortunately, his guard is Pride, and those Envy skills are not good enough to warrant it. But his support passive, if you can activate it in the middle, is actually really solid. I don't have a tier specifically for support passive, so I'm just going to put him in usable but bad. Because there are some really good support passives, and I'll obviously talk about them when we get to them. But this ID specifically is only usable for its support passive. Moving on to Diechi Yisang, would you believe it if I told you that this ID was unusably bad? Lantern is interesting because if you can kill him right away, he's actually alright, and he does have an envy skill, at the very least, which is more than I can say about most Yisangs. But outside of that one very specific condition, which you also need to feel the passive for it to matter, I would honestly just say he's unusably bad. There's not a real solid way to guarantee that you can kill allies in this team, sadly. Even Middle Otis's bonus skill for it, he has to be below 20% HP, and if he's below that much, on level 1 even, he's just gonna die. There's no way you can realistically activate that passive. Blade Lineage Yisang has an Envy skill 3, but that's about all he's got, so he's unusably bad. Also, I am going to be ordering them in the tiers, by the way. The problem is, I'm not going to be ordering the very bottom tier, because why would I? You know? Spice Bush, unusably bad. W Corp Yisang. This is a really awkward one because I think he's the only W Corp ID without an NV skill. And so that puts him in, wouldn't you believe it, unusably bad. Can you see a pattern with Yisang? Because I can. He's just not a good sinner for this team at all. Ring has an okay support passive. I wouldn't say it's good enough to put him above unusably bad, because believe it or not, this team has plenty of SP generation, and that's kind of all he does for you. So, Solemn Lament doesn't have an NV skill, unusably bad. Liu Yisang, only NV skill is skill 3, believe it or not, unusably bad. Fell Bullet doesn't have an NV skill, unusably bad. Now here we get to the first one, which I say is actually, like, okay. So Heisho Yisang has an NV skill 2, which is at least somewhat consistent. But the important part about Heisho Yisang actually lies in his unique status, in Strider Wu. His base speed range is 4 to 7. So once he has Strider Wu, which gives him 3 haste every turn that he has it, he ends up with 7 to 10. Which means that as long as Otis doesn't have the maximum speed, which is only like the first level of Levitine, he will actually pretty reliably outspeed the rest of them. So as long as you have 6 other units that can always trigger NV Resonance, he isn't actually holding the team back that much, and he does actually deal pretty good damage. You do kind of need to start out with skill 3 or using his defense skill. So if you do bring him, you are forced to like start off with Otis's skill 3 on your hotbar, or just get lucky and have Yisang be the fastest unit. But once he actually has his status effect, he's solid. It would really help if he had an NV Ego. He is a bit of a reverse Lamp Gregor, and we are going to see more stuff like that as we keep going. This ID I would put in alright. He's not awful. He's quite decent, in fact. But that's mostly lending to the fact that he's super fast, and he is actually a good ID as well. Unlike a lot of these. So, you have to keep that in mind. I do wish he had more consistent envy. There's 3 sinners that don't have any envy ego, and of those 3 sinners, 2 of them don't have any usable ego for the team. Like, Yisang is unfortunately just one of them. So, speaking of one of them, Index Yisang. Very powerful ID, absurdly good damage, unusably bad in middle in envy resonance. Because he does not have an envy skill. And he's not fast enough to be consistently outspeeding every member of the team. Sloth and Gluttony aren't particularly notable for envy. That's true. I will say, when it comes to Sin Generation, you never really need Sloth And Gluttony is kind of like, you need one of it for move-in reg. And that's really all you need Gluttony for. The sins that you really want to focus on generating are Envy, obviously, Wrath, Pride, and Lust. Because those are the sin affinities that fuel your most important ego. I just feel like they don't really need Gloom either. It'll help with healing sometimes. I'm too far up. I'm just noticing that. I'm bouncing above the bottom of the screen. Whoops. Oh well. And now we get to the newest ID added to the game. LCE Ego Dimension Shredder Yi Sang. So, here's the thing. They managed to give one of the best Envy Resonance IDs to a sinner that is otherwise completely devoid of envy. Dimension Shredder Yi Sang I haven't talked about in a video yet because I haven't felt like editing. The way this ID works is, if you can't use skill 3, you're basically going to be using his evade every turn anyways, which is an Envy evade. That will allow him to use his skill 1 for free unopposed after the first unit you have uses their attacking skill. It's not tied to a field passive. That skill 1 is Pride. Pride is a very valuable ego in Envy Resonance for fueling anything that isn't... I'll go for Scissors. It is quite literally one of the best defense skills in the entire game. On top of that, his skill 3 also gives him the same ability. It'll allow him to use his skill 1 for free every turn. And his skill 3s are actually really good for damage. It just sucks that he doesn't get to use an actual skill every turn. Not that his other skills are really something you'd want to use by default. On top of this, once you get late into a fight, he generates enough haste based on his charge potency that he'll usually be faster than everyone anyways, so you can start using other skills if you really want to. You don't need to. But that does help with certain things. Also, his damage isn't horrible against staggered enemies, which is kind of important for this team, excuse me. As a result of this, of all these things combined... Also, by the way, somebody said it in chat earlier, but having Envy Resonance teams not really focus heavily on charge, that's probably the better way to run it. But charge is a solid subdivision of Envy Resonance IDs. And because of that, Dimension Shredder Yi Sang actually does end up in the top tier, in my opinion. The team I've been running most often since he came out actually does include him. It's 5 middle members, in case you were wondering. So... Wait, no it isn't. It's 4 middle members, actually. Which is still enough. Like, you've got the 4 really good ones. Now, you'll notice I got through Yi Sang in about 10 minutes. What about his sanity? So his sanity is a little annoying to build up, but there are ways around it. The most specific way around it is actually just having Middle Merceau on the bench. Because Middle Merceau cares about factions, and the LCE is a faction that IDs can have. There are multiple LCE IDs that you can bring along in this team. Post your team code? I forgot that that was a thing, I'm gonna be so honest. I can boot up the game and get that for you. Not running a whole family, you're going in the book? Well, the thing is that not running the whole family is actually optimal. There's the whole argument of Middle Merceau not being, like, super powerful, and you might not wanting to run him in the team to begin with. I personally do like him. You still get SP generation from him, even if he's deployed. And his counter isn't so bad that it's useless. It's just not his primary purpose in the team. Yeah, let me get you a team code. I will say I don't have the new ego yet. I will be adding that to the team once I can shard it this week. But just keep that in mind. Also, the Gregor slot, you can run another ID. There's another option there. Let me just make sure all the ego is correct here. No, that's... I just looked at him. Because the ego being correct is kind of important. Yeah, see, I had the wrong he ego on Ryoshu. I will also say the ego on Yi Sang specifically for this team doesn't matter at all. You can probably guess why. Just making absolutely sure. I would like to equip Lifetime Stu Sinclair with this, but I won't. And the reason I won't is because I do actually think for this team specifically, you don't need it. Because your generation is fine. There's nothing that you really need to worry about in that regard. Okay, yeah, everything seems to be correct here. What is ADD Gregor's passive? Nothing important. Okay. How do I copy the team thing? Team code. Copy team code. I'll even pin it in the chat. It is too long of a message. Believe it or not. There you go. Pinned. Excellent. Okay. With that tangent out of the way. Yeah, that's something I just forget that is in this game, is the team codes. Alright. Moving on now. That we are done with Yi Sang and his surprising lack of envy on pretty much everything. We get to move on to Faust. Faust used to be one of the best damage dealers in the Envy Resonance team. Before we get anywhere, though, I'm going to put base Faust in unusably bad, because she's slow. And that's actually very important to note with her. Faust is one of those sinners that does have some really solid support for this team. And just, her IDs don't... They tend to underperform when deployed. There is some very important support stuff with her, but the majority of her IDs are probably not going to function the best despite her good ego. Speaking of that ego, Hexnail. Ego has been in the game since the start of the game and has pretty much always been amazing. It can passively increase her damage by up to 50% depending on how many debuffs she has. And it also inflicts both nails for bleed count and envy fragility. Now, the awakening envy fragility is only 1, but the corrosion is 3. That's 30% damage for everyone using an envy skill, so having her being fast is also really important. Because it's same turn envy fragility. Another important thing to note about that ego is that it is only fueled using envy. You need 6 envy to use the awakening or 9 to use the corrosion. You're usually going to want to use the corrosion in this specific team setup. Because of that, it's super easy to fuel. So you have to keep that in mind too. Faust has this issue where all of her early IDs kind of exist to fuel Fluid Sac. So she does end up with a lot of envy defense skills. Oddly enough. I'm going to quickly look up Zweifaust, because I have to check what her defense skill was. It's Gloom. Okay, I don't need to worry about that then. Faust has a better ego for that slot in 9-2. You're just wrong. You want to keep burn built up. You don't want to consume it. And also, that's not an envy skill, so it kind of hurts a lot. She has a second envy ego, though, in the he slot, being Telepole. Telepole is an ego that I'm convinced is going to get a Threadspin 5 soon. I've never thought that it's a bad ego, but it is definitely the worst ego on Faust's he slot specifically. It's the only one that doesn't have any form of sustain in it. And while it does give a passive damage bonus, it's not a very big damage bonus. So you have to keep that in mind. When we're talking about her IDs, starting with Lobotomy Corp Remnant, one really cool thing about Lobotomy Corp Remnant is that she's really fast. She also has the game's only other Envy Evade, but it being an Envy defense skill is really all that matters here. The fact that she's really fast means sometimes she will actually end up being faster than everyone else on the team, which is good, because it means you can just keep the Envy chain without her. Also, she can always use Hexnail. So, there's that benefit too, and because she's fast, her Hexnail is actually pretty good. The ID itself kind of sucks, though. So while it is, like, a solid choice, I'm just going to put it in alright. We're going to get to some other IDs on her that are much better. Let me just put it that way. Telepole gets some self-destruct. I want Telepole to be like... I want Faust's Telepole to be the good damage option for her he slots. Because right now, most of her he ego are just for sustain. Or, like, providing a buff to allies. The only exception being Ardor Blossom Star, which is just good. Zweifaust has an Envy skill 1. And is pretty fast, but doesn't have an Envy defense skill. I think she's still passable, but probably not going to be amazing. I'd say usable but bad in terms of her. Like, she's semi-consistent, but usually you're just going to be clicking Hexnail anyway. And she has no haste gain, which means that even that's going to be inconsistent. Self-destruct and raise... Oh, I see what you mean. Like, an effect like Electric Screaming's Corrosions. Yeah, that's the thing. The worst ego on Faust's he slot would be great on any other Sinner. Like, it's not even that expensive either. I think it's like 6 resources. 7, maybe. W Faust does have an Envy defense skill, so you've always got the option to contribute to the chain. But she's really slow. She's got a speed range of 2 to 4. Does mean that you're probably going to be slower than everyone in the middle faction specifically. Makes Hexnail pretty much useless. Because of that, I would probably say usable but bad. I wouldn't put her below Pequod because Pequod doesn't have an Envy defense skill. But she is pretty bad, unfortunately. If you're using Queen of Hatred Dawn in your Envy team, why not use Chaotian's passive instead of Faust? Wait, what? What does it do? I actually have no idea what that support passive does. Let me check. At low SP, final power to minus coin skills, and more damage when below a certain amount. Okay. So the reason that we don't use this is because it's 5 Gloom owned, so it'll basically never activate. Now I know Faust Rodian also doesn't have a useful support passive for the team, but Faust Rodian is actually... Like, if somebody ends up dying, you want her on the field. She's really powerful. We'll get to Rodian, though. Who's fielded? Heathcliff, Otis, Sinclair, and who's Ishmael are all on their middle IDs. Then Queen of Hatred, Don Quixote, Dimension Shredder, Yi Sang, and I usually use Lamp Gregor, but you could also use AEDD. Base Rodeo or T-Corp Rodeo? I think that that's fine. See, the whole reason that I have Valvist in there is because she can be fielded. I think if you wanted to use KOD for the support passive, that would be alright too. Moving on. Wuthering Heights Butler Faust is not fast enough to consistently make use of Hexnail, and also doesn't have an Envy skill, so unusably bad. Hexnail... Whoa. I call her Hexnail because she has nails. N-Corp Faust has an Envy skill 1. So she's somewhat consistent, and she's decently fast, so Hexnail is alright. I wouldn't say that it's... Her numbers are super outdated. Gaze is a good effect, because it'll boost the damage of middle counters. Because it does affect blunt damage, for some reason. But I do think that you can do a lot better. Like, I would put her, like, near the... Maybe, like, at the bottom of alright, just because Gaze is a useful support effect. Aside from that, actually, you're not inflicting it very much, because it's a Lust skill. So unless she's right in the middle of the chain, you're probably not doing it. I'll put her here, because I feel like this tier specifically is not going to fill out very quickly. It's kind of like, oh yeah, I put a middle tier in, but yeah, she's just fine. 7 Faust is kind of the exact same deal, but lacks the support effects. So, I'll put her a tier below. She does less to help the team because she's not bleed. She's not charge. She's not as fast, even though she can gain haste with one of her skills. So, Regret is unusably bad. If she was actually slow, like Forsaken Murderer makes you slow in Library of Ruina, this would be good. But she doesn't, unfortunately. She is slower than most middle IDs, but Hexnail kind of wants the opposite. So, Blade Lineage Faust is unusably bad. I don't feel like I have to explain this one. She is bleed, but, like, not primarily bleed. Okay, Multi-Crack Faust. I did mention it earlier. This was, at one point, one of the Envy Resonance team's best damage dealers. Because her skill 2 is insane. She does have an Envy defense skill. She's not as fast as you probably want for Hexnail, but that's okay. It's like the only ID that uses Teleport well, because she does actually have charge. So, you have to keep that in mind. That skill 2 does genuinely do an insane amount of damage. My main problem with Multi-Crack Faust is she really wants to start with her skill 3, and that's a Gloom. So, you know. And then, once she's going, you do end up using her guard a lot. She's still really solid. Like, if you don't have anything else on Faust, this is your best bet. I would definitely put her in the quite envious tier. First ID to land in that tier. Still really good, has definitely fallen off. Can you believe this was one of the best DPS units when she came out? Oh yeah, her skill 3 does roll insane. The problem is it doesn't have any damage conditionals. So it doesn't hit as hard as you'd want, sadly. But this is a really solid ID for this team. And I prefer Multi-Crack Heath to Faust and Envy-Res. That's fair. We'll get to Heathcliff too, but they're kind of fulfill the same role. Yeah, she does have the consistent Envy-Res, and that's really important. Ardor Blossom Star is unusably bad, because she has no Envy skills, and really wants to not be running... Like, she's not that fast for some reason. Okay, this next one is a little interesting. Heisho Mao Faust. Similarly to Heisho Wu Yisang, this ID has a status effect unique to her that gives +5 haste every turn, on top of already being pretty fast. While she has that status effect, she's probably the best user of Hexnail in the entire game, because she can pretty consistently go first. You can use skill 3 to do assist defense, but because of the way that assist defense works, it only really works if you're running multiple other non-middle IDs, which I do. The thing about Heisho Mao Faust is mainly just she's absurdly fast and can use Hexnail really well. And that's good. Like, that's really good. She doesn't have a base Envy skill. The thing about not having a base Envy skill, unlike Yisang, is that you kind of just need to not have any other IDs that fill this kind of role in the team as a result. You can't run both Heisho Faust and Lamp Gregor, for example, because while they both fulfill the same niche where they can be used, it's going to be hard to get to 6 Envy Absolute Resonance early on. Especially with Gregor not having any Envy Ego, which is something we'll get into later. Because of all those things, literally just because she uses Hexnail really fast and doesn't interfere with the Envy chain, yeah, she's really good. No, it's not that you don't want assist defense in middle teams, it's just that it won't do anything. Assist defense doesn't activate for sinners that are using a defense skill. So anyone who has their counter set, she won't redirect the attack from anyway. It has to be IDs that aren't using their defense skill, so it kind of just never activates. But yeah, she's really good in this team. Which is like something... Like, I had learned about the Lamp Gregor strat really early on, when Ricardo Heathcliff came out. I had not considered the other direction, where the first skill in the chain is not Envy, rather than the last skill. And believe it or not, there's a lot more IDs that can fulfill the first skill than the last one. So, that's just an important thing to know. Everywhere I go, I see Mao Faust on top. So Mao Faust is, like, a weird outlier because she is just genuinely good in a lot of teams. It helps that she's a really good ID. I've forgotten there's been 4 Faust IDs since the Calamity. Well, don't worry, I don't have to talk about the next 2. She Faust and Index Faust are both unusably bad in this team. They are both not fast and don't have Envy skills, so you don't need to worry about them. She Faust is at least bleed, but that doesn't really help her. Now we get to the important one. Ring Faust has an Envy skill too, which is important. She also has assist defense, but it probably won't activate in this team. Her defense skill is Lust, which is a little awkward. But once she exits her Iron Maiden state, she does actually get really fast. So you don't need to worry too much about her breaking the Envy chain. Her skill 3 is Lust, so you can get the 1 Lust for, what's it called? Scissors on Otis really easily. And there's also one other thing that's really important to keep in mind with this ID. And that's her support passive. I got my time wrong for the stream? No, actually, I did. Don't worry, you were right. So, her support passive says that allies who have equipped a defense skill will inflict, I think it's 2 bleed count and 2 bleed potency to the enemy who hits them first. I don't remember if it's 2 times per turn, but that's really good in the middle. All of their skills do scale off of bleed, but specifically Sinclair only scales off of bleed, which is one of the things that makes him really annoying, but he's still really good. While it is on the bench mostly that this ID is going to be useful, there are a lot of reasons why you should bring her in the active too. Her being both bleed and charge is, like, one of the big things. Also, all of her skills are really good. It's a genuinely fantastic ID for this team. I would honestly value her support passive over Dimension Shredder Yi-Seng, so I'm gonna put her higher. It's one of those situations where you wouldn't expect an ID that isn't technically related to be this valuable, but she ends up being really, really good as a result. It might be the best non-middle NV res support we got this season. I think that that's probably true, yeah. It's just inflicts 2 bleed count if the target already has bleed. Oh, yeah, that's how it is. You're right. But, like, that passive is so versatile, you fuel it really easily as well. Like, this team doesn't have a problem fueling it. And then lastly, we get Dawn Office Faust. I'm going to quickly check what her max speed is once she has all of her effects, because I think that that's an important thing to note here. It's 6 to 9. That's pretty fast. It's not so fast that you're consistently outspeeding every member of the middle every turn. Like, she is fast enough that I think she's not useless despite having no NV skill. Being fast means you're going to at least semi-consistently outspeed everybody. Only once she has Battle Instinct, though. She is Burn, which is important because Burn is kind of like the main status infliction for NV Resonance, surprisingly. Her bonus skill will never activate because I'm telling you right now, you're not going to have another one of the Dawn Office IDs in the team, sadly. But I think that her high speed does make her at least usable. I'd probably put her below Hexnail Faust for this team specifically, just because... maybe above. Maybe I rate you too high, actually. Because her speed kind of relies on her passive, and there isn't Poise Gen in this team, so... It's still alright. It's kind of a toss-up which one of these two is better. I'm going to put N-Corp higher because she's bleed. But this is a really, really strong ID, and has kind of the same benefit as Heisho Faust, it's just a little bit less consistent. On everyone's soul, but mine Dawn's Nude Zayn Eco outshines Fluid Sack. Part of that is just because you can use it more often. I think that the new Dawn Ego is insanely good. I don't think it's better than Fluid Sack. It's one of the best healing Ego you can have, though. She does synergize with Middle Heathcliff's skill 3-2. Are you saying that because it inflicts Tremor Burst? I mean, theoretically, yeah, you could make Heathcliff do a bit of wrath damage off of Tremor Scorch. I guess. But that's not why you're bringing her. Moving on now. Don Quixote. Sinner with the least IDs by 2. But she just got a new NV Ego. She is the only Sinner who can equip an NV Ego in every slot. Now, I will state right up front that most of those NV Ego are not important. Electric Screaming used to be like one of the reasons you'd run NV Resonance is because NV Resonance boosts the AoE size of Electric Screaming, and it deals okay damage. The passive is also like, you kill an enemy with an NV or Slash skill, you gain 1 attack power up next turn. And then, well, that's not useless. It really doesn't matter too much. What happened to Lifetime Stu Sinclair? It's the best NV... it's the best resource generation Ego in the game now. Give me a standard fair ID with nothing. Yeah. The telepult ego that Dawn has does literally nothing for all the IDs she wants to bring. Its main use is generating charge count, and the only charge ID you'd want to use in the team doesn't need that. In the Name of Love and Hate is your primary source of damage against staggered enemies if you're running middle Dawn, to be fair. It's a really powerful damaging ego. It can also technically heal allies, but usually you're gonna only use it if you're equipping the namesake ID alongside it. And then we have Scissors, which is the newest one, which is hands down one of the best ego ever introduced. So, the thing about the new Scissors is that it's an HP and SP heal, but the SP applies to the unit with the least HP, for some reason. I know why they did it, they just didn't want to code it separately. Power Down is really good. It helps to keep your team alive longer by reducing enemy damage, which is significant. The passive is the big thing. It lets you keep bleed count up easier by inflicting needle to literally everything. It gives offense level up by missing HP. And by the way, this ID here, which is probably going in unusably bad for this team, actually really easily activates that offense level up. So that's just free offense level up for Manager Dawn. And then it just flat out boosts envy damage based on envy resonance. So there's that too. And then lastly, one of the most interesting things about it is that it is only fueled using envy. So you can basically always use it. And that is really good in a team that has envy resonance stuff. Unlike Faust Hexnail, it doesn't require you to go first for it to be most useful. So there's that too. Now I will say it needing to clash to do all of its important effects, specifically the healing, is a little annoying, but you are mostly using it for the passive, and also so that you can contribute to envy resonance just in case. So to start off with, base Don Quixote is a bleed ID that just happens to have an envy skill too. She's not fast enough to consistently outspeed everyone, but after turn 1, you will always have enough envy resources to use an envy ego. Now, I don't know if I recommend that. I'm gonna put her at the very bottom of usable but bad. She's probably above Yi Sang, because at least it's an ego. But, like, man, she really does exist. Oh yeah, Lifetime Stew, I guess, is worth talking about. Every turn, Lifetime Stew will turn 1 envy into 1 lust in the middle resonance team, because of its new Threadspin 5 passive. Everything else on Lifetime Stew is not helpful. It is literally the most budget of budget options. She Don Quixote is probably funnier because she actually has consistent haste generation. Which is really strange. So, like, I mean, she's alright. It's really weird that this ID keeps ending up having a weird amount of strength. Isn't it still just 1 random? I mean, it might be random, but, like, you don't really need the others anyway. Like, she's fine. She's fast. She has an envy skill too. She has an envy ego. I think her defense skill is Wrath, unfortunately. But still, she brings soup for the whole family. No, I think Lifetime Stew Don Quixote at Threadspin 5 is pretty good. It just doesn't help that much for this team specifically. The bleed count is nice, I guess. N-Corp Middlehammer Don Quixote is unusably bad. She's just too slow. Lantern Don Quixote, also very slow. Probably unusably bad. She's designed to be a tank, and this team doesn't really need that. Blade Lineage Don Quixote, I mean, she has an envy skill too. Just like the others. I almost say she's probably worse than normal Don Quixote, but she's usable but bad, I would say. She does at least have an envy ego that she can spam. 3 min speed on a fast ID. Yeah, but she generates like 6 haste. It's not a big deal. W Corp has an envy skill 3 and is charged, but I would still say probably unusably bad in this situation. Like, she's slow. She can use the ego, but it won't be good because early on she's gonna break your chain. Sunk South Don Quixote, probably also unusably bad. Despite being really fast, no envy skill. Just doesn't really help. Alright, now let's talk about something that's actually good. Middle Little Sister Don Quixote. Song has the speed niche, but Don Quixote doesn't need the speed niche. She just needs 5 envy resources and you're good. So yeah, middle Don Quixote's whole thing is that she's a middle ID. And so I can't really put her below the top of the list right now. So, the one thing I'll say about middle Don Quixote, because her counter used as skill 3 is absurdly good, if the target is staggered, she doesn't do anything. Even her skill 3 will hit not as hard as her skill 3 used as a counter. Like, she's great with the new ego. I think that it's very reasonable to use her in the team because she gets the whole can't be staggered benefit. Her skill 2 does inflict damage down, which is helpful for the team. But, like, you know... that coin power is universal. Wait, she has coin power in her passive? Is this true? Oh my god, it's true! I didn't even know this. She also gets passively buffed by allies getting hit. She gains envy damage up when her allies get hit, up to 50% of a boost, by the way. Which is hilarious. Yeah, I can see that boosting the, like, the corrosion really well. If only her skill 3 was also envy. It would be great if it was, but I can understand. That was back before they were willing to give multiple envy skills to the same unit. Anyways, don't look at what the next ID released after her was. She's also one of the best users of Merkala due to that. Yeah, but you don't really want to equip that in this team. Now she needs an ego with 5 or more coins. No, she doesn't. But yeah, she's amazing. I would say she's the second worst middle ID, and she went to the top of the list. Like, why is W Faust so low? She won't be able to outspeed any middle IDs. I mean, yes, she won't be able to outspeed any middle IDs. The thing about W Faust is that she's insanely slow, so all she is an envy button. She can't help with Hexnail, because Hexnail is same turn envy fragility infliction. 2 to 4 speed is awful for that specific purpose. If she was fast, she would be higher. But she's not. Can't remember, but Ricardo Cliff is probably the reason you want her middle ID to have full synergy with his envy res conditional. Doesn't his envy res conditional not care about middle IDs in the team, though? It makes middle units unable to be staggered. But, like, It's not like it's detrimental to Heathcliff if you don't have her. Dimension Shredder Yisang placement is very based. I think that it's correct. Like, he's genuinely pretty good in this team specifically. In effect, that 300% boost to Clash Lose Awakening makes it, in effect, 36 to 42 rolling on Clash Loss. Yeah, but on Clash Loss, you don't get any of the important effects. And that's not a lot of damage. Ricardo does make every middle member take less damage, but when it comes to that, just don't get hit on your non-middle members, you know? T-Corp Don Quixote has the potential to be fast. It doesn't really matter, she's unusably bad. Manager Don Quixote has great synergy with the new ego, but unfortunately I'm also going to put her in unusably bad. She's a good ID, it just doesn't matter for this team. Her bleed infliction isn't good enough. The whole team's bleed infliction isn't good enough to make all of her conditionals worth it. So while she is good, I just don't think you should have her here. Song East Don Quixote, also fast, also burn, doesn't have an envy-based skill. I really hate this because I do think that you can use any Don Quixote. It's just that prioritizing certain ones is just a mistake. I mean, I guess she's probably better than base. I'll give her that. Nerve Strike is a pretty powerful tool, so at least for half the rotation, she can use Envy skills, which is very easy to maintain 6 Envy A-Res consistently compared to those higher in the list. Okay, but what? She doesn't do anything. You can maintain 6 Envy A-Res with Hey Show Faust and get infinitely more out of it. Is what I'm saying. You just don't need this ID. She should probably be higher than Zwei. I'll give you that. It just... Hexnail is one of the main reasons you're bringing Faust anyway, so it really helps if the idea is fast, and she's just not fast. Every Dawn ID is low-key usable just because of how good her ego lineup is. Yes, I agree with that. It's just that there are certain ones that are going to be better. I should probably move you down. So here's the problem, right? Is that Dawn is one of those sinners that just has an ego that she can spam every turn. I don't think that's optimal, but it is certainly a thing you can do. Okay, now here's a really cool thing. In the Name of Love and Hate Don Quixote is one of the best non-middle Envy Resonance units. She's literally designed to be an Envy Resonance unit. She'll basically always be in negative SP, which is funny. The main reason that you bring In the Name of Love and Hate is that while she does sometimes get forced into using her defense skill early on, unlike middle Don Quixote, her damage is crazy against staggered enemies. Like, this ID hits so hard. I think, genuinely, I prefer her to middle Don Quixote. I'll say, I think you could go either way when it comes to the argument of which one you'd rather use. I think that I have run into situations where she ends up getting staggered and that ruins it, but the only reason it ruins it is because I'm running Lamp. The stagnancy of her SP annoys me. You don't need SP on her, though. She's negative coin. It's like... It's the only non-middle ID that was designed with Envy Resonance in mind, and she's great. Getting the extra skill 3 from the ego makes using the ego actually valuable. Oh, by the way, that requires 2 Gloom. So that's like the one place that you need Gloom in the entire team. Is the goal every turn to Envy Res as much as possible? No. The goal every turn is to get to 6 Envy Absolute Resonance. It is possible... Oh, Sync East Dawn can't get haste from her passive or do... Well, she can do burn. But honestly, yeah, it's whatever. Like, all magical girls are incredibly envious creatures. I mean, that's true. I prefer working for my minus coin power. You know what, fair. I think that there's a valuable argument for either one of these, is what I'm saying. I think they're roughly on par with each other. It's situational which one would be better in each situation, right? Middle Don Quixote is better against enemies that have big HP pools and don't stagger easily. Queen of Hatred Don Quixote is better for enemies that, when there's a lot of enemies or they're gonna stagger a lot, because her raw damage is just higher. You do need 2 pride for the ego too. Okay, so the main reason that you don't need to worry about that is actually because of scissors, but if you run Dimension Shredder, you saying that does also fix the problem, yeah. It's the gloom that's going to be an issue for fueling that if you end up running into an issue. Also, she's charge. She's the most consistently... She's the second most consistent charge generator. She just doesn't need telepole at all. But you can corrode into telepole and then not have to worry about hitting your allies, at the very least. And that does sometimes happen. So there's that. Hey, show Don Quixote, unusably bad, and index Don Quixote, unusably bad. Like, this is the problem with Don Quixote, right? Is that she just has... She's got stuff. She definitely has stuff. It just doesn't... Her good IDs just usually aren't good in this team. So that's it for Don Quixote. Next up, we have Ryoshu. Ryoshu is interesting, because in long fights you can use your Superbia charge in order to use Contempt Awe, and that actually does solve a lot of the issues you have with generating sin affinities that aren't Envy. That's really important. She also has Red Eyes Open, which is an Envy ego. It's not like an amazing ego. I think it's one of the ones that's probably going to get buffed by Threadspin 5, if I had to guess, because it is a no status ego, which kind of stinks. It can heal. It can give attack power up. She doesn't have a lot of actually good Envy IDs, is the issue. So there's a couple things that end up making Ryoshu work when she does have an ID that can work with the team. How many egos don't have the indiscriminate tag? There's 3 that don't have indiscriminate on corrosion. Telepole Dawn, Screw Loose Wallop Merceau, and Bygone Days Gregor. I don't know why Bygone Days doesn't have it. That was added like 2 years later, but it just doesn't. So first off, base Ryoshu is unusably bad. I don't think anybody's surprised by that. 7 Ryoshu, also unusably bad. She just doesn't do anything for the team. She's decently fast, but that isn't... She's not fast enough for it to be useful. I mean, this is just a bad ID. I can't even say much in that regard. Lee Ryoshu is also similarly unusably bad. Uradivi Ryoshu is once again unusably bad, so is Kurakumo. RB Chef de Cuisine at least has an Envy skill, but I don't think she's good enough. Her speed is too average. It's just not worth it. W Corp Ryoshu, at the very least, has an Envy skill 3. But the main problem with her is that she isn't fast. 3 to 6 speed range really kills this ID for working in this team, since her only Envy skill is skill 3. For some reason, her evade is Lust, so it just doesn't work, sadly. Butler can gain haste on a single skill, which is funny, but she's pretty bad. Alright, now that we're through all of the garbage, let's talk about Red Eyes and Penitence. I would pretty confidently put Red Eyes and Penitence in the top of the alright tier. Like, you're gonna end up using Red Eyes Open a lot, because she does only have Envy in half of her base attack skills, and her counter is Lust, which I got wrong in a video at one point. I just remembered it being Envy. So, one of the big things that Red Eyes and Penitence benefits from is literally just being charge. So she has a lot of synergy with AEDD Gregor, especially if you deploy her before him. But she benefits the most from his charge spreading. I also used this ID before the modern middle stuff came out. And yeah, she's great. It's like, the ID is really good, but you will run into situations where you're struggling to maintain Envy Resonance, because she just didn't have a skill 1, and you couldn't feel Red Eyes Open. I will say Red Eyes Open is pretty easy to feel. It only requires 3 Sin Affinities, one of them is Envy, and you get Wrath really easily in this team, too. And you can just Scissors for the Lust. So, or Lifetimes, too, for it, honestly. At this point, anything goes, if you bring Don Quixote. But yeah, she's really solid. I wouldn't put her above alright tier. She does provide some benefits for healing the team as well. What I think is the best Ryoshu ID is actually the next one. For the same reason that Heisho Faust is good. Heisho Ryoshu can also move insanely fast. Which means that as long as you're not running Lamp Greg or another Heisho designed to go really fast, then Heisho Ryoshu can just be in the team. As long as she has Strider, she doesn't interfere with your Envy chain ever. And even when she does interfere with it, as long as you have the resources to fuel Red Eyes Open, you can just click that. She's just a pretty solid ID overall. One really cool thing is that since her skill 1 is Lust, I believe, she can be the thing that fuels the 1 Lust needed for Otis's Scissors. So she does actually have genuine use in the team as a result of that. Now, on top, aside from her damage being really good and the fact that she's really fast, she doesn't really provide a lot of benefit for the team. But, like, she's got the same use case as Heisho Faust, but without Hexnail. So for that reason, she goes pretty high in the list. Contempt Ryoshu is weird. Like, she's the same as Red Eyes and Penitence, except she's not charge. It doesn't provide any healing. Is it her skill 1 or skill 2 that's Envy, actually? Skill 1. Okay. At least it's skill 1. This is probably usable but bad. I don't know. It's like one of those weird situations where it's obviously a good ID, but it's just inconsistent. I think her not being charged holds her back in this case. But Contempt All would be decent if her passive was owned and not Resonance. I think I agree with that. Her guard is Sloth. Yeah, her guard being Sloth kind of sucks for this team. But I mean, it's fine, you know? Night Drifter Ryoshu, unlike Heisho Ryoshu, is not absurdly fast. And so she goes into useless. Despite being an amazing ID, she's just not that good for this team. You know, I'll give Faint Aroma and Solitude credit. She really do have an Envy skill. We're gonna put her in usable but bad. She can generate Sloth, which isn't useful. But she can also generate Gloom passively. I think the only reason she's usable is just because of how many extra skills she gets per turn, though. It's not because the ID is actually good in the team. And then lastly, Blade of the House of Spiders is a weird one to rank, because the reason that she has synergy with the middle is because she wants to kill them. I don't think you bring this ID in this team. I'm gonna be so real with you. The fact that she does have synergy with the middle House of Spiders IDs is just because she wants to kill them. And so that really does hurt the potential for you to bring Blade of the House of Spiders with them. In this team specifically. If she had an Envy skill, maybe. But she does not. Like, if her skill 1 was Envy, I would put her, like, up here. Genuinely. It just isn't. She can be a good backup, but also why? Yeah, exactly. Like, the spider theme is kind of its own thing, yeah. Alright, now moving on to Merceau. Merceau is an interesting character. He has a lot of IDs that are really consistent in this team. Consistent does not mean good. One of the big things about Merceau is he has a couple ego. First off, Screw Loose Wallop is Envy, and it's a really good ego, but I don't think it's the one you bring in that slot. In the Envy Resonance team, he is typically a support unit. Electric Screaming, when you have Envy Resonance, does just buff his nearby allies by giving them offense level up. The ego itself also gives Envy damage up, and even Envy power up, with high enough Envy Resonance to units that are nearby him, and that is really good for the team. Now, I will say those are probably the only ego that matter for him. So it takes some interesting situations for Merceau to be like someone you'd actually want to bring in the team. And there are definitely situations where he does. Now, base Merceau is not one of those. He goes in unusably bad. Liu Merceau is unusably bad. Rose Spanner Merceau, wouldn't you know it, also unusably bad. Now, Middle Merceau is interesting, because he is probably one of the double odd IDs that has maintained usability for the longest after they stopped producing them. When he first came out, he was just bad. Like, skill 3 conditional that never activates because you can only deploy 6 units for the majority of the game when he first came out. And it's a Wrath skill. He does have an Envy counter. His counter is not as good as the other middle IDs, because it doesn't turn into his skill 3 with high enough Envy Absolute Resonance. His skill 2 buffs allies by giving them Envy damage up, which is kind of important. Like, that's really good. Usually, using his skill 2 is better than using his counter. Though it is skill 2, so you won't be able to use it always. And on any turn that you can't use his skill 2 and can't afford to counter, you can just use Electric Screaming to buff your allies anyways. While on the field, he does give SP to allies. While off the field, he gives more SP to allies that have members of the same faction on the board with him. Or with them, rather. I think that he's genuinely awesome in the team. I would put him above Hey Show Faust. I would not put him in the top tier, because, like it or not, his damage just sucks. But the main reason he's there is to buff the damage of his allies. Passively and actively through Electric Screaming, his skill 2, and his counter is decent. So there is that, at the very least. I think he is probably the best Merceau to put in the active slot. He's not needed, though. Like, even I don't run him anymore. I like him a lot. I used him in the newest Railway. I don't think he's needed. Plus, when he's on the passive, he can give SP to the units that want to guard but aren't clashing, like Dimension Shredder Yu Sang, dependent on your team setup. Now, Dead Rabbits is unusably bad. We don't need to talk about him. I'm Electric Screaming it, Merceau, probably. Oh yeah, the other thing about Electric Screaming on Merceau is it is fueled by Wrath and Envy, so it's just free. You can always use it. W Corp Merceau is decently fast. He has an Envy Guard and an Envy Skill 1. He doesn't do damage in this team specifically. His Skill 3 can occasionally go first and inflict defense level down a lot, but, like, it's not good. I would put him, like, here, if I'm being so honest with you. He's fine. But not having a counter really hurts his damage. And skill 1 is terrible. N Corp Merceau is unusably bad. Rhino Merceau has the same exact problem as W Corp. His guard is not a good skill. His skill 1 is bad, despite being Envy. And you just don't get a chance to use his other skills. Him being... like, I would honestly say these two are interchangeable. It literally doesn't matter. I think that this is the, like... I wish we would get more Rhinos just so we could see them work together. I like Rhino Merceau. I don't think he's good anymore. He's sometimes very speedy. That's the problem. Is that the sometimes is a big thing, because his passive only increases max speed. It does not increase minimum speed. Under most circumstances, middle is just going to be better. Now we've got an interesting one, because I do think that there is an argument that Blade Lineage Merceau can be used in this team. Since he does have an Envy defense counter for some reason. Now, I would not say that it is optimal. I would never say that. He's also not fast enough to consistently outspeed or underspeed middle units, but at least you always have Envy. And Blade Singer does help him a decent amount. Is he better than the charge ones? No, probably not. I'd put him, like, here. Maybe. He's not useless. He's, like, fine. You really do want to use Electric Screaming, though. You don't really want Screw Loose. It's just strange, you know? That this ID can be used. Still not good. Bone Claiming is a counter? Technically, yeah. You're not using an Envy skill on the chain if you're doing that, though. I don't think I've used Blade Lineage Merceau's counter more than once unironically. That's fair. I don't see a reason why you would use it. This guy did the middle before it was cool. He came out after middle Merceau. Diechi Merceau is unusably bad in this team. Slunk Merceau is fast, but he's probably unusably bad. Thumb Merceau is a really good ID and probably unusably bad in this team. So this is the problem, right? This is the whole thing about this tier list, is that most of the IDs I talk about are just going to go in unusably bad. Envy Resonance has a very specific thing that it wants, and if you don't do that thing, it's just not worth bringing you. Prince of La Mancha Land is interesting. He has an Envy skill 1, is decently fast, is bleed, which is important, and does have synergy with other IDs that are good in Envy Resonance. If you ever get to the point where he's applying Hard Blood armor to the middle units, that's actually really good, wouldn't you know it? He's a bit frail. He doesn't have an Envy defense skill, but that can be... You get past that just by using Electric Screaming, so, like, it's fine. The Prince and Princess is an actual really viable Envy Resonance sub-engine, I would say. I would put Prince probably here. If I were being not even generous, that's where I would just put him. It's not amazing, because obviously skill 1 is not the best skill. I think it's better for damage than his skill 2. But realistically, you're bringing him if you want to bring Princess. That's kind of his whole thing. He's either going here or he's going one tier below with Ryoshu. Is what I would say. I think I only am inclined to put him up here because he synergizes with another ID that you can also bring. On the same level, I mean, he's lower. The tiers are actually ordered above useless. I'm not just putting them up here randomly. I'd rather just run Princess and Middle Mer. I mean, that's fair, yeah. I would still rank Princess higher. We'll get to Princess, don't worry. I'd bring Ryoshu before Prince. That's fair. Maybe I'll put him, like, here. I don't want to put him... I guess. Like, that's the thing, right? You need to be really good in order to not have an envy defense and be good for a team like this. As for the last two Merso IDs, they don't have envy skills, so you can probably guess where they're going. Hey, you were right. They go at the bottom. Because Merso has, like, Electric Screaming is insanely good for supporting the team. It's just not worth bringing an ID that also doesn't do anything. So, yeah, I don't know what else to say about this. Like, I'm running out of things to say because we're not to the IDs that are really like good yet. We haven't hit them somehow. Honglu is next up. Honglu, I will admit, doesn't have a lot for this team. He has Soda, which is at least an envy ego, which is kind of okay. So the real thing that Honglu does is give you a few really viable IDs that are good to bring in the team. His base ID is not one of those. Like, he's going to be most useful in the charge variant of Envy Resonance. The two Honglus with Envy. There's three. There's three of them. I will say, none of those are his low-tier IDs. Liu, Kurikumo, W Corp, Hook, and Fang Hunt are all just bad. I do think Soda's probably ripe for getting an up tie 5, so there's that at the very least. Another problem with Soda is it costs both Gluttony and Gloom, which means that, you know, those are the two least common resources. Well, not Gluttony. It's two of the least common. Ting Tang has an Envy skill 1. That's about all I can say about him. He does benefit from bleed. He's like got a really awkward speed range for this. So, well, he's another ID that goes into like usable but bad tier because of that. Because you kind of need to rely on Soda to have payoff for him being there, which kind of just doesn't work. Lord Liu can do the speed thing with benched Heishos. No, because you need a lot of benched Heishos for that. What's his evade sin gain? Gluttony. K-Corp. The passive is Resonance, the support passive, so unfortunately he doesn't really help either. Diechi doesn't have an envy skill. Yuridivi doesn't have an envy skill. Full Stop doesn't have an envy skill. Can you see the pattern? Arcor Ponglu. Okay, we get to talk about an ID that's actually good. Thank you. Arcor Ponglu was one of the primary damage dealers in Envy Resonance before the modern middle IDs came out. Mind Whip, believe it or not, is a crazy skill. It does a lot of damage. Arcor Ponglu's main problem is the same problem as Multicrack Faust. You really need to start off a fight using his skill 3 in order for his charge gain to consistently work. Or at least, that used to be true. Because nowadays, there is actually an ID that has charge support good enough to make Arcor Ponglu a more reliable member for this team. He does have an NV guard, which is significant, and he is a charge ID, which is also significant. Charge is a very good sub-archetype for this team type. I would not put him in the top tier, especially since Honglu doesn't have any ego that actively support the team. He has an envy ego, but Soda is mostly just used to heal, and that isn't really something you need necessarily. His damage is really good, and he actually works. It's like, I would say is he better than Multicrack? Maybe. So the problem is, like, there's another ID here that would go above him for charge still. Soda is boo-boo. It's not good, but it's envy. That's what matters. The whole thing is Mind Whip is a crazy skill, since it's skill 2. Specifically because it is skill 2. If it was skill 3, he would not go this high. Where we I don't know. Honglu doesn't apply envy fragility. That's so true. We'll get to that. Sorry, I just blanked for a second. I just shut up. So just straight up kidnaps an ally, force retreat at up to 5. That... Okay, let's talk about that for a second. That might have genuine utility in the middle team. I don't think it's optimal, but what you could do is have Heathcliff deployed 8, use Soda with Superbia on turn 1, force Heathcliff to come into battle and get a free skill 3. That would be really funny. I don't think it'd be practical, but it would be funny. Unrelated, but how does Prince Merceau's skill 3-2 get used in Envy Res? It probably doesn't. I'm gonna be so real with you. But, like, I still think he's good. I don't know, maybe I did rank him too high, actually. Maybe I'll put him below Yisang. I envy everything on this list. You envy everything in the useless tier? Retreat an ally that doesn't have an envy skill? Well, the problem is you still want to have envy skills on turn 1, because you want to get the 6 envy absolute resonance to get to the second stage of Levitine. Bootleg Lord Honglu strat? Well, that's the thing, is that middle Heathcliff doesn't need Lord Honglu to use his skill 3 on entrance. Lord of Hongyan. So the problem with Lord of Hongyan is that he doesn't have an envy skill. If you could theoretically bring enough Heishos to make him fast enough to outspeed them consistently, he would be alright. But you just can't. So he goes into the bottom tier. Ring Honglu. I have this guy in my team. He is a Charge Bleed ID. His skill 2 is Envy. He's basically a near carbon copy of Ring Faust, with the exception being that his support passive just isn't helpful. From what I remember. I can look it up. I don't actually remember what it does. Let's see. Turn end. Oh, it's 3 Lust Resonance. Never mind. We don't need to read it. So Ring Honglu is actually pretty good in Envy Resonance. Mostly because he has access to Soda. He's better in really long fights, I would say. And that's mostly so that he can come in later. His skill 2 does usually get to use an alternative skill 2, too. If he had X-Nail, he'd be a lot better. I will say that. I would put him, just because his skills are actually, like, really good, as opposed to Prince Berceau, I would probably put him, like, here. He's one of the best units that you can, in longer fights, lose units to and then substitute into. He ended up on field twice during my Railway 6 run. It was during Yinglong he showed up, because I lost a lot of units during... I lost like 3 units during that. And then he showed up during Butterfly of Entangled Lives. Right at the end. Rhodia was on field for a decent amount of time, but Honglu didn't end up showing up for very long. He is pretty fast, I will say at the very least. And Somatic Frisson Inspired Melody does boost Faust too. I wouldn't say he's needed. The main issue is that Honglu also just doesn't have any support passives that are helpful here. Like, obviously, Gambler would be nice if you could do 2 Gluttony Resonance, but you can't. It's a weird one, but it definitely does work, is what I'm trying to get at. And then Escorp Chiinoken is not usable in this team. No Envy skill. He's okay speed-wise, but he just doesn't help. Is the problem. So we're halfway done now. That's half the IDs in the game, roughly. Now we get to the Sinner who has the most to talk about. Heathcliff. I guess Liu Longlu's support passive is nice, yeah. Heathcliff is funny because his entire identity is tied to the Envy Sin affinity. He only has 2 IDs out of the 12 in the game for him that aren't Envy. Actually, it might be more than that. It might be like 14. So he has Envy on a lot of IDs. I would still say most of those IDs probably aren't going to be the best for this specific team. Now, it's funny that I say that, because he's got the only base ID that I think is genuinely usable here, and it's entirely because it has a counter. He doesn't go very high, but it's like here. Below Faust, because Faust has Hex now. The huge thing about Heathcliff is his variety of ego selection. Every single Heathcliff ID, because it's a base ego, is going to have the ability to use Body Sack, which is really cheap, always buffs him. Buffs him when he gets kills too. It's just solid if you need a skill to do Envy Resonance and have no other way to do it. He has Telepole, which is bad. I'm just going to straight up say it. Telepole is bad on him. You don't really want to use it ever. And then he's also got Move and Reg, which is one of the best Envy Resonance egos. It's primarily there for damage, but it passively allows him to inflict more burn as long as he does have an Envy skill. Any charge he gets can passively boost the skill itself. He inflicts Pinpoint Logic Circuit, which is more Envy damage against that specific target. Then we get to the more abstract things, because he's got a lot of ego that benefit this team despite not being Envy. The big one is Binds, which says, while doing Resonance, everyone who's part of that Resonance gets 3 offense level up and defense level up, and if it's Absolute Resonance, they get 2 more from the passive. On top of that, the ego, on the turn that you use it, will give you a status that turns all of his skills to AoE, which is funny, because it can affect his non-boosted skill 3, since it's default 1 attack weight. Then we get to the more abstract stuff. He's got a couple of ways to burst Tremor, especially on the ID that is the best one for this team that he has. And being able to Tremor Burst means that the passive on Asymmetrical Inertia will occasionally just let you deal 10% more damage for a turn, which is funny. It's not, like, super important. Holiday, you're getting hit in a middle team. So being hit means you're going to probably have negative status effects. And so Holiday is going to boost your burn and bleed infliction with Heathcliff. If you stack that with the Pinpoint Logic Circuit burn infliction, yeah. You're never going to actually give him Tremor Clockwinding, unfortunately, since that requires 3 Sloth Resonance. But it is technically an option if you ever have that ability. And then lastly, you're never going to have it equipped if you have Move in Reg. If you don't have Move in Reg, by the way, you need to equip either Telepole or Body Sack, just so you have an Envy Ego equipped. But AEDD does actually help. It can give him a lot of survivability, provided he has a way to gain charge, and it's pretty easy to give him charge. What is his preferred He Ego? I don't think he has... I don't really think that his preferred... He has one. I don't think his He Ego matters at all. You equip Telepole if you have no other Envy option, but he always has another Envy option. What is base Heathcliff doing in It's Alright? He has an Envy counter. That's what he's doing there. And he's also Heathcliff, so it doesn't really matter. Why is Albina Faust up there? Hex Snail and support passive is the big thing, but also because the ID itself is pretty good. Somebody asked, why is Mao Faust in Quite Envious? Once you have Strider, she always outspeeds everyone from the middle, so if you have 6 other IDs that always can use an Envy skill, you never break the chain. And Hex Snail values being incredibly fast, and she'll basically be guaranteed to move first while she has Strider, so you can get the 3 Envy fragility really easily. She's got the same use case as Lamp Gregor, except she's fast instead of slow. Pretty much. Yeah, base Heathcliff support passive is also really good. I don't think it's like... I still think you want Heathcliff in the team, is the way I'll phrase it. Now, as a result of almost every Heathcliff having... Envy, I have to quickly look up She Heathcliff for a second. Because I forgot what his defense skill is. It's Wrath. Okay, that's the main thing I needed to check. If it wasn't Wrath, I would put him in usable but bad. But it is Wrath, so he goes in unusably bad. You can't use his support passive because it's Wrath Resonance. So, there's that. N-Corp... I mean, Envy skill 1... But, like, who cares? This ID is not good. But it's at least usable, so I'll put it, like, here. Being able to inflict plus coin drop is fine. But, oh well. It's like... This is the thing, I would put 7 Heathcliff in unusably bad. Uh, despite having an envy skill too. It's like, because Heathcliff has envy, you can always kind of bring him if you need to. It's just that most of them are not going to get the top value out of the team, is the one sad thing. And a couple of these IDs, it's sad for a really specific reason. Now Multicrack. He's kind of similar to Multicrack Faust, except he's more geared to supporting charge IDs. I think I didn't use this ID in old Envy Resonance. I used W Corp. But I think there's a pretty good argument that Multicrack Faust is good here. He's got really I'll put him like here. He's got really solid damage. He's very consistent with Envy thanks to his ego. Him being a charge ID means he can actually like utilize move in reg to its full potential, which means it is a good damage option, despite his damage not necessarily being the best. But he's really good. He's a surprising sleeper hit for this team if you somehow want to run this team and don't have middle. I'll be interested in hearing Multicrack versus W Corp because it's more charge for everyone and versus an Unga Bunga tank. I have things to say about W Corp, so don't worry, we'll get to him. Oh, he does also have haste gain. You're right. I kind of forgot about that. Every Heathcliff has haste gain because of body sack. It gives like 3, doesn't it? But him being charged also means he has synergy with Gregor, which is kind of important for Heathcliff, but usually doesn't come up. I would say if Rabbit Heathcliff had an Envy Evade, he would be better. He's got something going for him. Pinpoint Suppression is a really good skill, or Quick Suppression. Why do I call it Pinpoint Suppression? Quick Suppression is obviously a busted skill. So the problem is that that's his only Envy skill. I think if he had an Envy Evade, I would probably rank him better. I did see a comment earlier, I'm not going to scroll up to it, that said, could you theoretically speedrun with Rabbit Heathcliff and Pinpoint Suppression for the 4 Fragile? I think you probably could. I don't think that that's an impossibility. I would not say that this is an ID that you would just casually throw into the team. The amount of resets that you would need to do in order for that to work, and I know people are okay with doing resets, but I just hate it, is too many for it to be worth it in my eyes. He would also benefit very heavily from the ability to reload. You're right about that. But he just can't. So I'm going to put him down here. Alright, now we get to another one that's really interesting to talk about. Sunshower, unironically, is not terrible in this team. His passive is actually fueled by Envy, which means he's pretty consistently going to be on low SP. The thing holding him back in this case is not the fact that he is bad, because he is bad, but not in the way that you would think. He actually does work really well here as an ID. Or he would if his counter was Envy, but it's Wrath. If his counter was Envy, this would actually be a really solid... I would put him like here somewhere. But he doesn't have that. He is... alright. I think I would like him better if he was slower for this team. Body Sack helps him a lot, so you can always at least use an Envy skill thanks to Body Sack, or Move in Reg, or Telepole. I don't like that his counter is Wrath. I wouldn't say he's unusably bad, though. I'd put him like here, maybe above Merceau. His speed is alright, but it's never so high that he'll consistently outspeed everyone else. He isn't allowed to be in the alright tier. Okay, I see. Well, I say alright a lot. He's usable, but he's probably not the best option. Heathcliff has a lot of options So, more usable in a weird lobotomy ego team with AEDD Lamp Gregor as a leader. Yeah, it's like, he's a very strange ID to talk about. Because he did have... I don't want to say he had potential. That's just going to trigger everyone. He'll oftentimes be in slot 1 for speed. Really? The thing is, you have to use Body Sack a lot. Which isn't a problem, granted. And Puddle Stomp is a genuinely good skill, or would be if he could consistently keep his SP low. Granted, I was using this ID with NVRes before Season 9. Okay, I'm not going to move him up. Well, actually, I will move him up 1 slot, because I think he's probably more useful than Contempt Awe. He has the possibility to be good, but usually he won't be. For half of a Kanzo, he felt so good. I agree with that. I wish they would just buff him. 3 to 5, which is not slow enough, exactly. It's really weird that that's what we're complaining about on this ID. Then we have Pequod Heathcliff, the former middle member. This ID was kind of designed to work with both Pequod and the middle. His skill 3 is got coin power conditionals based on Envy Resonance, which is really cool. His skill 2 doesn't. And both his skill 2 and skill 3 are Envy. He was the first ID ever to have 2 base attack skills of the same Sin Affinity. Came out right after the first middle IDs. And his counter is Wrath. For some reason. If his counter wasn't Wrath, this ID would actually be genuinely good in this team. And I think he's still pretty solid, all things considered. Like, Pequod has some really good bleed infliction if you can actually manage to maintain his poise count, which he does struggle a bit with on his own. I wish the counter converted his skill 3 to Wrath, but why? He's definitely good, though. Hello. There. I'm gonna put him, like, here. So, one of the big things that this ID benefits from is the fact that the lower his HP is, the more damage he deals. So his damage is actually still really respectable once he gets low. And, I mean, he has a really high stagger threshold, which also helps. Because he's got a lot of coins. He's got all the same benefits as the other Heathcliffs do, with all of his various really valuable ego. It is literally just that his counter is Wrath. That's the only thing stopping him from going 1 tier up. But I think he's still very useful. There's a new middle style team being messed with Dawns. I mean, yes. Are you running Pequod Heathcliff in that, though? And if you say yes, I just don't believe you. It seems like not a good enough counter for that to be worth it. But it's obviously a very strong ID. Like, for a very long time, that was the ID that you ran. Was Pequod. Just because Pequod was really consistent. And then Multicrack came out, and you kind of started running him. But I think Pequod was still very viable in that situation. Maybe I should move him up, actually. Maybe I should put him, like, here. Because he is still really consistent. He would just benefit from having more damage earlier on in a fight. There's some decent consideration for Elfie. I agree with that. I think that Elfie is in a strange place. He's one of the only Tremor IDs that doesn't have a Sloth skill. Instead, he has an Envy skill 1. So very similarly to, like, Sunshower, I guess. Like, he's got the same use case as all the other Heathcliffs that have an Envy skill 1, but no other Envy skills aside from his ego. Don Quixote's Tremor Decay functioning for final power on middle counters is hilarious, but Tremor is not super easily consistently inflicted with this team, sadly. He's fine. I would put him, like, he's better than Ryoshu, let's be real. I'll put him here. So, like, it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, if we get more Tremor IDs with Envy, he'll probably be a lot better. But I don't think you're ever going to beat the obvious one. So, Wild Hunt does have an Envy skill too. I'm just going to be so honest, I don't think it's worth it. He just doesn't accomplish anything as an ID for the team. His damage isn't even that high outside of Requiem, and in order to consistently use Requiem, you have to be using a Lust's defense skill. So, where's a Heathcliff that can self-heal asymmetrical? Well, he would need 4 different Sin Affinities, so that's kind of awkward. Full Stop. So the one thing that makes Full Stop a little better is that eventually he will just leave the battlefield, but I still think it's probably not worth it. Headshot is good, but most of your team is not Pierce. So it really doesn't benefit you too much. Kurokumo is one of the 2 Heathcliff IDs that does not have an Envy skill, so bye. Alright, now we get to the really controversial one. W Corp Heathcliff. I did say that when this ID came out that he would be really valuable in an Envy Resonance team, and I think that, yeah, he probably is. So, the problem that W Corp Heathcliff has nothing to do with the fact that his kit is inconsistent. It's actually very consistent. Being able to rip space every 3rd turn is actually better than his natural skill rotation. And he's tanky enough that it doesn't really matter that he's not attacking very often, even if he is getting hit. I wish he had better aggro generation, honestly. W Corp Heathcliff's problem is very specific. So, when IDs get staggered, they are automatically moved to the far right of the dashboard, because they can't act that turn. This is the case with every single stagger in the game. The problem is that W Corp Heathcliff's defense skill, which you want to be using pretty often, gives him an effect that immobilizes him. Which, if it moved him to the far right of the dashboard, wouldn't be an issue, but it doesn't. If he's somewhere in the middle of the speed range, the unselectable skill will be in the middle, and it breaks your Envy Resonance chain. It counts as using a skill that is of a different affinity for some reason, despite it not being a skill. That's really annoying. If that little quirk wasn't here, then this ID would genuinely be awesome in this team. I would put him in the 2nd highest tier. As a result of the fact that he can't contribute and also breaks the chain during those turns, he can't go higher than, like, the center tier, in my eyes. You can, in teams that you're not worried about doing Envy Resonance every single turn, you can use this ID pretty well in this team. And I really do like this ID, by the way. He's really good. It just sucks that this team specifically has a really bad interaction with him. I'm not going to put him in bad anything, because he's definitely not bad. You just kind of need to play around it with the expectation that sometimes it is going to be a problem. Staggerbrick's Resonance as well? Yeah, but it moves you to the far right. So as long as you only have one person staggered, it's not an issue. Unless it's Lamp Gregor that's not staggered. I'm gonna put him, like, here. It's really rough, because I do really like this ID. But it just doesn't... It breaking the chain is really frustrating. I'm not gonna put him in the bottom of It's Alright, because Heathcliff is over here. So... I just wish he was better, because it's almost he's almost perfect. Because he's a charge ID, he does incredible damage. But it's just really awkward, is the one big problem. Now, the next ID here, some of you may remember a community post that I made a while back during this season when they announced Middle Heathcliff. I made a huge community post. I was talking about Envy Resonance middle teams really wanting burn. Because they do. Specifically for Ishmael, it means that they have really good synergy with burn, because her burn infliction is really good. For a long time, I was using Heysho Heathcliff. Basically, as soon as he came out, I was using him in Envy Resonance until Middle Heathcliff came out. Heysho Heathcliff has an Envy Skill 1, which is obviously good. The big thing that he has going for him is him being the only other ID that doesn't really care about body sack. You can just use move-in reg with him, because he perfectly feels it. He does insane damage overall. He's really hard to kill. He has great burn infliction. He's just genuinely an awesome ID for this scene. And if Big Brother didn't inflict burn for some reason that I still can't explain, then this would probably still be a really good Heathcliff for the scene. And I do think he is still really good, to be fair. Like, I would put him above Multicrack, personally. His damage is just really high. He does also gain haste. It's true. He's fast. So sometimes you can use his skill 3. And his skill 3 is really good, by the way. It's one of the best skill 3s in the game when enhanced. But, like, to be fair, it is a Heysho, so you are kind of wanting to use his defense skill, like, once to get his status active. And yeah, he's really reliable. His tons of burn, got an Envy skill 50% of the time, has an Envy ego 100% of the time, pretty much. He's just awesome. But, as we all know, an ID came out this season that completely overshadows him. Middle Big Brother Heathcliff is the best ID in the Envy Resonance team. Why is Albina higher than Callisto? It's actually because of her support passive. It's Hexnail and her support passive. So yeah, Middle Big Brother Heathcliff is the best Envy Resonance ID. Specifically because of that passive that says middle IDs with counters equipped take 20% less damage, and with 6+ Envy Absolute Resonance, they can't stagger if they equip counters. Which means you don't need to worry about their biggest flaws. He's also great because his defense skill heals middle allies based on Envy Resonance. It gives them SP, which is one of their biggest downsides, is that when they're countering, which you want to do a lot, they don't gain SP since they're not clashing. What's Middle Mer doing on the same tier as the Heysho's? Uh... Yeah, they can't stagger until after the counter is used. They need to be hit again after the counter is used, notably. He also gets a free skill 1 every turn, which is 1 Wrath every turn. Because it triggers when a middle ally gets hit. And a middle ally is going to get hit if you're playing the team right. His skill 1 is also, like, pretty good for damage. He gains a ton of offense level up just from his Book of Vengeance effect. His counter has one really annoying factor to it that doesn't come up very often. So he's the only character in the game with a counter that can be AoE. It can get up to 3 attack weight, and it will always have at least 2 when used as a counter because of how it works. The really annoying thing about Big Brother Heathcliff's counter is sometimes you will use it when he's not the slowest member of the middle, and he'll stagger an enemy that was going to hit another middle ally, and then that ally doesn't get to counter as a result of that. It happens a lot in Luxcavations for me, and I've never noticed it during like a main like fight that I'm actually trying. But it does happen, so I feel like I should mention it. He is also scaling for Middle Sinclair. Vendetta Mark gets inflicted whenever he or any middle ally gets hit. Vendetta Mark is just more damage for middle units, but specifically Sinclair can consume it and scale himself up, too. Middle Heat's counter is worse than his skill 2. That's just not true. There's a couple reasons that that's not true. Firstly, the damage difference isn't actually that big. Though I will say, his skill 2 is amazing. Like, it's probably the best skill 2 in the middle team. And one of the big reasons for that is that it applies offense level up to allies. I don't know why they did this, but it is really good. It is pretty good for damage. So he isn't completely dead if all the enemies are staggered. He can use his skill 2. Even if his skill 3 is still alright for damage. His enhanced skill 3 is actually better than his skill 2 for damage against staggered enemies, because it specifically has a damage conditional when the enemy is staggered. Fun facts with the bug. His enhanced skill 3 is also, like, just really good. It's a really big punch. But the big things are that he provides SP generation, free attacks, and passive wrath generation, and the damage reduction for middle allies as well, as the stagger not being able to do the thing. He's easily the most important ID for this team. And if you're going to get IDs from this season to build this team that you don't have yet, this is the one you need to prioritize. I know that Middle Otis's damage is way higher, but the support effects that Heathcliff provides are far more valuable in the long run just for playing the team, especially casually. On top of that, Holiday boosts his burn and bleed infliction, and tremor infliction for some reason. Move and Reg is just insane because it boosts his burn infliction and it's just a good skill. Binds, you always have binds. Asymmetrical inertia sometimes gives you 1 fragile. Body sack, when he gets a kill, can passively buff him. AEDD can help him stay alive for a lot longer if you don't have move in Reg. He's insane. He's genuinely crazy. It sucks that it's Heathcliff. I will agree with you, Zulit. I think Heath being the most flexible spot was really interesting, and them giving him this ID just kind of removes that, sadly. Yeah, that's a good way to put it, actually. Is Otis makes the team all about herself, while Heathcliff makes the team stronger. Yeah, Holiday has been, like, has one of the biggest glow-ups of any ego, personally, in my opinion. It's gotten a lot more valuable with stuff like unbreakable coins, IDs that want to get hit for some reason. Yeah. Usually try to never use binds because it's going to mess up your speed order if you're running Lamp Greg. Well, you need to use it at least once for the passive because the passive is crazy in this team. If you don't run Lamp, this isn't an issue as well. That's another thing to note. And then we get to the newest Heathcliff ID, which is the other one that doesn't have an envy skill, so he goes at the bottom. Oh yeah, he also clashes really high, which a lot of the middle IDs don't need, and also don't do. But it's important to note. Doing something like using Superbia for binds early into a fight is actually pretty good, yeah. It's just that 50% of the time, if you're running Lamp, yes, he will be slower than Lamp. Which can be awkward, but usually it doesn't matter. So that's Heathcliff done. Yay, Heathcliff! We all love Heathcliff in this house. Next up, Ishmael. Ishmael is one of the 3 sinners that doesn't have any envy ego. So the bar for entry for an ID on Ishmael is very high. And unfortunately, she does not hit that bar very often. Because they just don't like giving her envy skills that matter. Which sucks. There is one big exception to this, which we will obviously get to. If there's any ego in her kit that actually matters, it's Ardor Blossom Star for increased burn infliction. And I'm not even kidding. I don't think a single one of her other ego matters in the slightest for this team. You could theoretically Roseate Desire, because it's kinda easy to fuel. And that can inflict bind to enemies, which can making redirecting into your counters a little easier. But it doesn't really help that much. Base Ishmael, Zulit is correct. Base Ishmael is really fast. She has a speed range of 5 to 8. But no haste gain. So usually what'll happen is she'll be somewhere in the middle of the speed range. In the middle. If you get unlucky. And it doesn't help. The big thing that she provides is blunt fragility on her skill 3, right? It just isn't enough to make her usable, in my opinion. So I'm gonna put her in unusably bad. I'm also gonna put LCCB Assistant Manager down there, because she just doesn't have an envy skill. She Ishmael is the one that has an envy defense skill. How fast is Otis? Otis is 4 to 7 by default. And gets 2 haste when Levitine is at its lowest state. And 1 haste if it's not fully unlocked, aside from that. I don't know why Otis is a 4 to 7, by the way. It's really weird that she is. Ishmael is a 3 to 7. So the other thing about She Ishmael is the support passive. because she is actually, like, decent in the team. If you can get her below half HP, she has an Envy Evade, and... Wait, what? No, she doesn't. She has an Envy counter. Yeah, it's an Envy counter. That's obviously good. And her skill 2 is crazy. Wait, her skill 2 isn't Envy. Never mind. I mean, she does still have an Envy counter, so it's not like she's useless. The big thing about this ID, though, and I mean, it is also really nice for this specific team that everyone has this ID. Her support passive says for 2 Envy Resonance, 1 ally with the least HP gains +2 counter skill final power. Now, can you think of a team that might be useful in? I don't think it's as game-changingly broken as something like Ring Faust, because you have to also keep in mind that this ID is old, and her skill 2 isn't Envy. Her speed range is 2 to 5, by the way. But that support passive is obviously really good for this team. And if she didn't have an ID that you clearly want to field for this team, then yeah, she's actually really solid. But only for the support passive. So I'll put her like here. You're obviously not going to fuel her. It's not even really a budget pick, because everyone has this ID. The game forcefully gives it to you when you do your first pull. And obviously, if you're doing really bad, her skill 2 can be really nice. She's an insanely consistent ID once below half. One of the best launch IDs, still. Butler is bad. Sloshing. Now, I'm gonna look up Sloshing support passive. Because I don't remember it. When one ally with the fastest speed triggers Tremor Burst, they inflict 2 Rupture. Alright, sounds unusable to me. I think there's a glitch to skip She Ishmael gacha. If you do any amount of gacha, you'll probably get her. So, it is a double lot after all. I do think we could do with some more She South IDs just because they're kind of cool in the way that they work. I just fear that once they introduce like an ID for that faction that is supposed to help them work well, it's just going to make them start on low HP, and that's just not fun. That's not a fun way to do it. Reindeer. Now, Reindeer would be decent. She does have a skill 2 that is Envy. I think that this ID would be genuinely okay as like a budget pick or a substitute if you don't want to invest in Ishmael right away. If only for the fact that she's the only Reindeer that has a Gloom defense, and all of her passive effects, all one of them, function off of Gloom. It's just kind of weird that she's that different from the other Reindeer. I think if the other Reindeer were, like, better at inflicting sinking, which, to be fair, Honglu is pretty good, then it would make more sense for them to be sinking primarily. But she's designed to be sinking primarily, and she just doesn't work well in this team as a result. Maybe if she had a good Envy ego, you could bring her, but until that point, she's just not usable. Molar doesn't have an Envy skill. Liu does have an Envy skill, but it's not like a good one. It's her skill 3. She is Burn, but it's just not consistent enough for this team. Pequod Ishmael doesn't have an Envy defense skill, but she does have an Envy skill 1, And on the off chance that she is either faster or slower than all of your middle IDs because she has the same speed range as them, then her skill 2 can provide some genuinely good value for an Envy Resonance team. I wouldn't put her above usable but bad until she has a good Envy ego. But I do think she at least deserves to be, like, here. Maybe below Merceau. Because assist attack is still great. It lets... Fun fact, every middle ID except for Merceau has some effect on their skill 1 that gives them SP. So she can help with SP and resource generation as a result. Can we bump base-ish to usable but bad? No, I don't think so. I just don't think she's good enough. She's not fast enough. I know the blunt fragility is... I would bump her up if she had any Envy ego whatsoever. Because blunt fragility is a thing that she can inflict. But until then, she's just not getting it. What was I pinged? What? Interesting. Can you be lenient on Ishii? She just had her birthday. I mean, I am being lenient on Pequod, to be honest with you. I used Pequod in Envy Resonance back when doing 6 Envy Absolute Resonance wasn't, like, the best way to play. When Middle Sinclair was still their best damage dealer and could do the same thing but with 4, I think that Pequod is still, like, a solid choice. But... yeah. Zwei Ishmael... Ooh, what's her speed range again? Hold on. Four to 6. But in defensive stance, it locks her at the minimum, right? So... Zwei Ishmael does have an NV skill too. She actually will pretty consistently get the 8 defense level up to inflict attack power down with that skill too, by the way. While she has defensive stance, her speed is always 4, which is at the bottom speed range. That's still a little inconsistent, but... it does mean that she's at least more usable than a lot of them. I think that if her min speed range was 3, she would be better. I think that usable but bad is probably the right spot for her, yeah. I'll put her, like, here, I guess. No, she goes below the Don Quixotes, but she is usable. If she has defensive stance, it's an inconsistent rate of being slower, but the NV skill 2 actually does help in this specific scenario. Spider Ryoshi doesn't belong in useless when her speed range becomes 6 to 10 with Somatic and Shin. You are spending 3 turns not being able to use NV Resonance to its fullest potential in order to do that. So I wouldn't put her higher. She's a great ID, just not for this team. She Ishmael has an Envy skill 1, but genuinely is just not going to be good enough. I mean, I'll give credit to Hierarch candidate. She does get a free skill 3 after Heisho Yisang uses his skill 3. But I don't think that's good enough. Zhang's Office Ishmael might be more useful if her skill 1 was Envy instead of her bonus skill. But since it's her bonus skill, she literally can't contribute to Envy Resonance. So she just goes at the bottom. And then we get to the one that... unfortunately, Ishmael just has to equip for this team, pretty much. So middle Ishmael is so good that she goes above Don Quixote in all scenarios. She is the best burn inflictor aside from Otis. You can't get thermal blades until turn 3, but like once you have it, it's there forever. She scales really well, and when paired with middle Otis, they both get a lot stronger. Her skill 3 is even Envy, so you can use it during a stagger turn, and it's still good. I think that this ID is the one with the most potential to move up, and she's gonna be in, like, the 4th from the top overall. And, like, getting any decent Envy ego is gonna catapult Ishmael into a really good damage deal. I would say she's probably the 3rd best damage dealer in the team. Because her counter is better than Sinclair's, but Sinclair's counter has more damage. No, she's better than Sinclair, let's be real. Sinclair just has the bonus of having some ego that matter. I wish her skill 2 was Envy. That's the only thing I would change about her. I actually like it being Wrath. She needs the Lust skill, so I would never change that one. But it being Wrath means you can realistically bring her in Burn, even if it's going to be very inconsistent. Because she doesn't need to inflict Burn to be Burn in a Burn team. Since her conditionals all function off of Burn anyway, the team just needs to be able to inflict it. I think Middle Dawn is comfortably better than Queen of Hatred. I just think that they're on the same level. If I could put them on top of each other, I would, but Tier List Maker doesn't let me do that. Like, Scissors is valuable for both of them, is the problem. So, yeah, Middle Ishmael is kind of just a mainstay in the team right now because of the whole buffs Otis and herself when Otis is present thing. It's like a 50% and 2 power bonus for both of them. No, that's the thing, though, is that between Middle and Queen of Hatred, it is just preference. And I prefer Queen of Hatred for the team. That's it. You still get Vengeance Mark. Wait, do you? Hold on. Yeah, Ishmael can still inflict Vengeance Mark. And will. So, this is the thing about the middle, is half the IDs don't inflict Vengeance Mark. Merceau, Don Quixote, and Ishmael do. But Heathcliff and Sinclair and Otis all... No, Otis can. Heathcliff and Sinclair can't. That's because they inflict Vendetta Mark, which inflicts the second Vengeance Mark. That's kind of the reasoning behind it, but it sucks that they don't inflict the normal Vengeance Mark. Every Vengeance Mark is unique with their own unique effects. That's not true. That's just not true at all. It doesn't stack, and every single passive that inflicts it always inflicts it to the enemy who dealt the most damage to allies. Yeah, you did a pretty good summary of Yi-Sang there, by the way. Envy skill 3 can use Evade, which is Envy, into skill 1 every turn otherwise. It's like, yeah. Mer gets base power, Dawn gets coin power, Ish gets SP, Otis gets SP. Notably, Ish only gets SP when Otis is there, I'm pretty sure. Vengeance Mark does also help build up middle grudge. But again, both of them can also inflict Vengeance Mark, so it doesn't really make a difference. Oh yeah, let's talk about the fact that she just is perfect. She's the simplest, really good idea in this team. Like, you are just clicking counter every turn. Because she doesn't have anything else she can do. That's the one thing about Middle Ishmael. And then we have She Ishmael? No. Blade Lineage Ishmael, which doesn't do anything for this team, so yeah. Does Dawn get coin power for using Middle Dawn? Yes. The coin power on Middle Dawn is universal. It's one of the 3 IDs that has that. Though the target does need Vengeance Mark. Alright, now, moving on to Rodion. Rodion has a great support passive on her base ID, and it's not resonance-based, and it's fueled by Wrath. And as a result of that, she goes unusable but bad, but only as a support passive. The big thing about Rodion is that she has access to Hexnail, which is the best heal in Envy Resonance, with one exception, which we will get to later. Rodion's Hexnail, if I can just pull it up so that I don't, like, say things that are just wrong. It inflicts nails, so that's bleed count. It makes her inflict defense level down when inflicting bleed. And if they already have bleed, she inflicts more bleed. One of the big things about this ego is also found in this passive, and it's one of the things that almost nobody remembers that this passive has. It says, if an ally, including this unit, takes direct HP damage from the enemy, inflict 1 curse against the targeted enemy. Which is 2 times per turn. Curse sometimes just boosts the power of counters. Because it can inflict defense level down. Which is hilarious. But of course, the main reason you're going to be using Rodion's Hexnail is for healing. You've got plenty of options for healing without it, but it does make Rodion a fairly consistently good member of the team, regardless. A ton of her support passives do a ton? That's true. Now, the big problem with Rodion is that a lot of her IDs are bad. Not, like, so bad that they're unusable, but her early IDs specifically, first off, I unfortunately have to put LCCB Rodion into usable but bad, because she really do have an Envy defense skill. But that is the only reason. Her support passive is also really good, dealing more damage to enemies that have already taken damage, I think is the way it works, and it's Envy fueled. It's probably just better than her base support passive for this team specifically. But if Rodion ever gets an Envy, gets a middle ID, and she probably will, knowing Project Moon, then this is going to be one of the best IDs that you will get for this team. See, you say 2, but there's more than 2. There's actually several. N-Corp Rodion is not one of them. No Envy skill aside from Hexnail. Zwei Rodion is also not one of them for the same reason. T-Corp does actually have an Envy skill. I think it's her skill too. So she's like not useless. And when she has borrowed time, I don't remember her natural speed range. Oh no, skill 1 is Envy. That's better. While she has borrowed time, she will be the fastest unit on the field, pretty much. Unless Otis isn't fully unlocked yet. So, there is a genuine argument to bringing this ID. I think it's like a solid... This is one of the best 2-stars, by the way. Time Moratorium is also really funny. I've been talking so long. There's like a scratch in my throat. Time Moratorium is really funny because it's basically a 30% damage boost. And turns it all into Sloth. I'm dying, help. They're making me talk about T-Corp Rodian. So yeah, there's a genuine argument to using T-Corp Rodian. Unironically. If she didn't have an NV skill or a good NV ego, I probably wouldn't have this opinion. As she is now, she's probably in the alright tier, if I'm being so real with you. Like, here, or something. Because her NV ego doesn't actually matter with speed. I actually do have Soda. I have Peach, Fago. My throat hurts. I don't know what happened in the last 2 minutes, but I'm suddenly in pain. It's okay, I'll make it. Yeah, T-Corp Rodian is a surprising sleeper hit for this team. Time Moratorium is obviously really funny. She's really fast once she has borrowed time. Envy skill 1. Good Envy ego. It just... the universe just decided that T-Corp Rodian would be a viable ID in a lot of meta. That includes railway speedruns, because she's one of only 3 IDs that can skip force turn ends on bosses, which is hilarious. Oh yeah, them not getting staggered while they have time moratorium means that you don't need to worry about staggering them, obviously, so you can always have the ability to counter, which is really nice. That's true, too. Yeah, I'm surprised how well this ID works in this team, honestly. I might honestly put her a little higher. I'll put her, like, here. Because the ID itself is still only okay. It's just she's got a lot of supportive effects. Kurokuma Rodian isn't usable here. Rose Spanner is an envy skill, but I would argue she's probably just not usable. She's not fast enough. I was muted. I talked about Diechi Rodian and was just muted. I'm so good at this game. I was saying Diechi Rodian gets her Envy skill 2 twice as often as other IDs do. So she actually is really consistent. The problem is no Envy defense skill. The ID is obviously insanely good. I was on autopilot. I'm sorry. I didn't realize I was still muted. My throat just decided to kill me, I guess. But yeah, I think Diechi Rodian is a passable thing. I'm here, I'm talking, I'm not even muted anymore. Why are you doing this to me? I was here the whole time, I'm just stupid. I was saying Lantern Yi sang You want him to die as quickly as possible, and you can't feel the gluttony needed for his passive fast enough in this team. If he had an Envy Ego, I would be nicer to him. Like a lot of Yisang IDs, actually. Liu doesn't have doesn't have the sauce, neither does Diechi. Diechi at least gets fast eventually, but by that point she's dying, so... Princess is the one that you can use. Princess, like Prince Merceau, I mean, they're meant to be run together. And she does have a good Envy skill that gives attack power up to allies. The big problem with her is not having a Lust defense skill, but it's not as big of an issue with her than it is with Merceau, because her Envy skill is actually good. She does also perfectly fuel Hexnail, and you can always just use Hexnail. So that helps. One other thing that this ID does, and I'm going to open it up so that I'm talking correctly about it. She gives allies Blooming Thorn. Blooming Thorn gives defense level up, which does help, obviously. And it also makes them inflict bleed to the attacker when they get hit. Her support passive does this too. But the ally needs to take bleed damage, which doesn't work. Because counters don't trigger bleed. Oh, no, sorry. It's to an ally that has the highest bleed potency. I was reading her activated passive. It reduces their bleed potency, and then gives them Blooming Thorn. Really busted support passive for this team, by the way. So yeah, she's genuinely a really surprisingly good pick. Her Thorn gives a final power? Does it? I don't know if that's true, actually. It doesn't say when I highlight over it because it only shows stage 1. I believe you. But that's only for Rodion. Another thing she does is inflict Festive Fever. Which increases the damage dealt against targets that have bleed. So it is a little bit of extra damage, but it isn't really super important. Oh, because it's defense level. You're so right. Yeah, the defense level is just nice. It only gives 5, by the way. It doesn't give 10. You get 1 defense level from every 2 stacks of Blooming Thorn. Similarly to other IDs on Rodion, an Envy skill 1 is at least consistent enough, and you can use Hexnail. So Heisho is, like, alright. She's not fantastic. But she is at least usable. I wouldn't say she's good here. But you can use her. Yeah, the passive for Night of Despair Rodion was brought up earlier. The support passive, if you fuel it, it does make Queen of Hatred Dawn a lot better. She's also okay to run in the actual team. It just sucks that you're forced to, like, counter twice at the start of a fight. Because her Envy is skill 2, but she really wants to be in attacking sword mode. Which I do think does give her speed, doesn't it? And another thing people need to note about this ID is when in attacking mode, she's actually less likely to be targeted. So he has a weird synergy with the middle in that regard. She's still not perfect. I would put her like near the top of usable but bad, personally. I think she's below Diechi, personally, because the more consistent NV skill is just better. Hexnail turn 1 and it's enough. Yeah, but you don't continue to lose SP with Hexnail, is the problem. You do continue to lose it if you have the status. Reindeer is an ID that was, I think, understandably completely overlooked on release. Because it's the same two statuses as Knight of Despair, but worse. So, Reindeer does have an NV defense skill, which is significant. Unlike Honglu, she takes a more supportive role for the team, because her skill 2 is not Mind Whip, it's something else. But that something else does be inflicting blunt fragility. And she is decently fast, too. You can still bring her to use Hexnail. That skill 2 is pretty valuable, specifically for this team. I do think she is worse than Honglu, just because Mind Whip being skill 3 does hurt her, especially since it is an envy. I'd put her, like, here, maybe? Also, I never talked about Spider Ryoshi's support passive, but it's also pretty good for this team. It just heals you. If Mind Whip were an envy skill, she would be, like, here. Genuinely. But it isn't. So, so it goes here. I would say it's a decent alternative to Knight of Despair if you have if you can't get a Valpurgis Nacht ID. Because you can always get Reindeer. She's a standard fare. But, like, she's just alright in this team. I wish it was better, because I really like the Reindeer and I really like Rodian. But, oh well. It's still good. Just not great. I think Ring Falvist Rodian is the best option for this team. I don't think that it is, I would put her, why is Ryoshu this high? What the heck? I would say Ring Falvist Rodian is the best 8th team member for the team. And she frequently comes onto the field when I'm playing her, because sometimes you just have a unit that dies. Just like the Ring Pictorialist. Just like the Ring oh god, what are they called? The ones with charge. She has an envy skill too. She's really fast. Once she gets going, her mask just gives her speed. And so you can sometimes just have skill 3 or even her good... Yeah, Corporus, that's it. You can somehow just have her skill 3 or her counter and just use it. Because you can. She's a really solid ID. And her damage is absurd. This ID, I think, is underrated, and it's not even underrated by a lot. People... it's the best ring ID. I like her so much. But, the not having a consistent envy skill aside from her ego is a little annoying, which is the only reason she doesn't end up higher on this list. But she's genuinely absurdly good. If you watch my Railway 6 run, then you will know that despite being deployed 8th, she still outdamaged both Merceau and, I believe, Don Quixote, who I was running as middle during that run. Because this ID is just that cracked. It's not an achievement to outpace Merceau, but I think outdoing Don Quixote is an achievement for that team specifically. Though, I will admit it may just be because Don Quixote died. So, that's always a possibility. And then lastly, we have Thumb, which just doesn't have an envy skill, sadly. Alright, Sinclair actually has a lot of ego that help. Sinclair, unfortunately, doesn't have a lot of IDs that are good in this scene, because they just haven't given him a charge ID. And I know for a fact that if they gave him a charge ID today, it would have an envy defense skill, because they just do that now. So, once he gets one of those, he'll probably be better. But as it stands right now, he's got plenty of ego that help him out. Firstly, Cavernous Wailing gives shield. That's basically all it does that matters. But that in itself does help with survivability. It can also give shield to allies, which gives shield to middle allies, which makes them harder to kill. He has Lifetime Stew for ego generation. I still prefer equipping Hexnail in the slot, because Hexnail passively increases his survivability and the power of his counters. Rhythm is just a really good, or I guess it's called Harmony. Harmony is just a really good ego. Giving allies Rhythm does reduce their defense level, but it also ups their damage, which matters a lot. The Corrosion inexplicably gives envy damage up to everybody. So there's that. I don't know what the use case of that is. The Corrosion is really expensive. And lastly, Tears of the Tarnished Blood. Sinclair doesn't get talked about a lot, but Flower Burying Pin is an effect that he will get a lot of when using the middle ID that he has, and it just buffs him. Like, it's... I'd have to look up exactly what it does, but that's not hard for me to do. Just give me like 2 seconds. IDs with... Where's Rupture? There it is. My stream preview just died. I don't know if I disconnected or not. It doesn't look like it. But Flower Burying Pin, well, he would gain a little bit on use. But whenever he gets hit, it just gives him 4 offense level. You do need to... I'm noticing... It doesn't give it to him automatically. You have to do Gluttony Resonance to get it, which is a little annoying. But you could do like 2 Gluttony Resonance on a turn, on an off turn, since he has a Gluttony skill 1, I guess. That's not too insane. And 4 offense level up goes a lot. And then when he has a negative effect, he heals SP. And if any ally is defeated, all enemies get a fragile, which is also somewhat nice. I don't think you're gonna realistically feel it, but it does benefit you, is all I'm saying. Base Sinclair does have an envy skill, but let's be real, he's terrible. Zwei Sinclair. Oh god. Okay. You're gonna have to bear with me on this one. I'm just gonna make sure that I have this correct. So the thing about Zwei Sinclair is that he's really slow. He has an Envy Ego in Hexnail. Though, oh, I'm actually, his active passive is Resonance. And it's Gloom. Maybe this isn't as good as I thought it was. If you could activate his passive, it would be good, because giving defense power up and protection to allies is really nice. I think his support passive is okay for this team. But he is slow. No, realistically, you're not gonna use him. I thought that he could activate his on-field passive in Envy Resonance, but I looked it up to make sure, and it's 2 Gloom Resonance, which you're just not gonna do. So yeah, I wouldn't say Svi Sinclair is a good option. I had to check, because I knew his buff, I knew his passive could give defense power-up to allies. But if you can't activate it, there's no way you're using it. And 10% less damage taken on a support passive is... I mean, it's fine, but it's not, like, needed. Mariachi's... Los Mariachis Jefe is... I mean, he has an MV skill too, but realistically, you're probably not using him. Let's be real. He's also slow. His passive can actively activate, at the very least. I don't really think you need him. I think, yeah, like, here, his support passive is at least good. I guess. God, I really ranked him in a tier that wasn't useless, huh? Oh well. Talisman, I mean, is basically a bad ID, so we don't need to talk about him. Molar has an Envy skill too. I think his speed range being as average as it is makes him worse than if he were just slow or fast. So I'm not going to rank him high enough. And while we're at it, I'm putting the other Svi Sinclair down here too, because I don't care. Blade Lineage, similar problem to like all the Blade Lineage IDs, he just doesn't work in this team. N-Corp Sinclair is a decent enough damage dealer, but doesn't really do anything for this team, which is sad. Sonk Sinclair gets pretty fast. With a high enough speed, you could realistically not trigger... You could not break the Envy Resonance chain, and having Hex Snail means that you have an option, at least. I think that Sonk Sinclair goes into, like... I want to say usable, but bad. Mostly because his Envy Ego is not as helpful as Rodian's is. But the fact that he's fast is what holds him up, really. I like him. I don't think he's an optimal choice by any means. Dawn Office Sinclair. No. I wouldn't say so. Same with Devyat. Okay, now we get to the really obvious one. Middle Sinclair is crazy. Gets the most benefit out of all of his ego. And also is a middle ID. He can use his counter as a skill 3, and he can use his skill 2 as a counter as well. And that's actually really decent. It was a surprisingly consistent tool back when Envy Resonance wasn't as consistent as it is now. His damage is really good, he scales alright thanks to Heathcliff. And once he's fully scaled, he becomes faster for some reason, but he also deals a ton of damage. The effect itself is 30% flat damage boost. I just wish his passive didn't need to be fueled to get all of his benefits. There's something else, too, isn't there? His skill 3 is crazy, obviously. No, there's nothing else. That's literally it. If he does end up dying, he gives offense level up and defense level up to middle allies. I mean, I don't think anybody's surprised by this, that Sinclair is this good in this team. Like, he's really good. Son. Yeah, no, what do you expect me to say? This was the middle ID for a long time. He was the reason you ran Envy Resonance back before the other middle IDs existed. And just after Ishmael came out, I still think he was probably better. Once we got Heathcliff, Ishmael became better, though. Thumb Sinclair is not usable here. Heisho Sinclair is not usable here, and Pinky Sinclair is not usable here. Okay, that was fast. Funny enough, Sinclair doesn't have a lot to talk about, because he's pretty straightforward in this team. He doesn't have a lot of options for a really good choice. It's mostly just middle. I do also wish the other skill 2s got their other middles got skill 2 on lower resonance. I feel like it's weird that they don't. I get why Don Quixote didn't, because she was the first one that did this, so it didn't really make sense to have her counter be that complicated. I don't know why everyone after Sinclair didn't do it. I think it would be a really nice niche effect that you could sometimes activate if you couldn't do the full chain. But especially on Otis and Heathcliff. Speaking of Otis, let's talk about Otis, because she is the most important sinner to have with you, despite Middle Heathcliff being the most important ID in the team. The reason that Otis is so significant is because of her Zayn Ego, I'll go for scissors, how about you? Which does heal, but most importantly, for its Clash win effect, it will convert Envy resources into other resources based on your Envy resonance, up to a maximum of 6, which is the number you want to get to anyways. I believe the passive is also really good. Nope, the passive just doesn't matter. But like... What? Hold on, why is it phrased like this? On unopposed attack, does not activate this skill's on hit without cracking effects. Okay. That's where the heal is found. Instead of using on hit without cracking, couldn't they just have done hit after Clash win? Because the effect is once per skill anyways. Why did they do it like this? But yeah, the big thing is that this is how you get all of your resources that aren't Envy, for the most part. That aren't Envy, Wrath, and Pride. So even before she got a middle ID, she was a must-bring in the team. Just for that. I don't think it's that shocking that that is the case. It might have been a last-minute change. I mean, it might have been, yeah. Like, you feel everything with this. It's super easy to convert 6 resources, too. Hit after Clash win would mean the extra hits from attack weight would proc too much healing. No, it wouldn't, because it's still only once per skill, so it can only activate once. On hit without cracking is still an on-hit trigger. If it could activate more than once, it would do the same as hit after Clash win. Now, Otis suffers from not having Envy on more than 2 IDs. Which is hilarious. That does not mean that only 2 of her IDs are usable in this team, oddly enough. So, I'm just double checking Sonk, because, yeah, it gains haste. I needed to make sure. Like, there's a very specific ID you clearly want to run on Otis, but if you don't have it, there are alternatives. G-Corp isn't one of them, and Blade Lineage is definitely not one of them. Sonk Otis gains haste on a lot of her skills, so she'll pretty consistently be moving first in an all-middle team. And the fact that Scissors is so cheap and she has a Lust skill to fuel it with is like... she's passable. I wouldn't say that... I think that having the ego is what propels her up this high. personally. But you can definitely use her if you don't have middle Otis. What's the difference between Envy base attack skills and Envy affinity base attack skills? Nothing! They're just not consistent with wording. So yeah, that I mean, like, you can use her. It's not optimal, obviously. Ring Otis does not have this luxury. 7 Otis is decently fast. You can realistically just use her Scissors Ego pretty much every turn if you wanted to. I wouldn't call her great. I would say she's worse than Sunk despite having a higher base speed. You're really only bringing Otis because you have to, if you're bringing this one. Molar Otis, not good enough. Magic Bullet, not good enough. I'll go for Scissors. How about you? Healing activate if the enemy uses assist defense. If it clashes and wins the clash, yes. Are there any speed gimmick Otises? A lot of them. Butler isn't one of them. W Corp Otis was the Otis that we ran before Middle Otis came out. Because she's charge and has an Envy skill too. Why they didn't give her an Envy defense skill, I have no idea. It's pride, for some reason. But despite that, she's still very passable, because, yeah. One other thing I haven't mentioned about her ego is that her he slot, if you don't have Middle Otis, is a bit more diverse. Holiday, you can theoretically, if you're fast enough, inflict Envy fragility with it, and gain Envy damage up with it, which is pretty helpful. None of her Teth ego matter. Dimension Shredder is good specifically on W Corp, but doesn't hit super hard despite its damage conditionals, and Load is just a weird effect. But Dimension Shredder does have 6 attack weight at maximum, which is nice, and it does increase her maximum charge for some reason. She can't do anything with that maximum charge, but it can increase it. Barber isn't usable. Now we get into all the speed gimmick Otises. Heisho is the same as Heisho Ryoshu, except better because she has scissors. So there you go. She's literally exactly the same as Heisho Ryoshu, otherwise she's slightly slower, but it doesn't matter because she'll still have a min speed of 7. So the whack thing about W Otis is that her skill 2 charge barrier will never target your other charge IDs in a middle team. I mean, it's funny, right? But it's still like, they can sometimes use charge through ego. Here we go. We've got another speed gimmick Otis. Believe it or not, yeah, she can gain borrowed time. So, like, I think this is slightly worse than Heisho because borrowed time is less consistent, I think. It's not even that inconsistent. You just have to use it less often, honestly. I think that T-Corp might actually be more useful. Despite still not having an Envy skill, she's still fast enough to outspeed everyone once she has borrowed time. And time moratorium, bro. Like, it's really strange that this ID is as good as it is. And then we've got yet another speed gimmick Otis, surprisingly enough. Now, the downside to this one, usually you gain the Ujat Vanguard through her passive, but her passive is Gloom Resonance, so you're not going to be able to activate it that way. So, the only way you can gain the Ujat Vanguard is through her skill 3. It will boost her speed range to 7 to 10, which is obviously good. And you can obviously still use scissors, but I do think this is definitely the worst of the speed gimmick Otises. Probably around the same level as Sunk. It's like, It's weird that Otis has so many speed gimmick IDs for this team. You know what? Fine. Enough people are talking about it. I'll put her, like, here. There. There you go. Spider Ryoshu is not a better Malfaust. Spider Ryoshu does not have Hex Nail. I'll even put her, like, up here. You're not really going... Envy Resonance is not the primary game plan if you're doing this. It's 6 middle and Ryoshu. No. It's 6 middle and Ryoshu after turn... whatever. Oh, hold on. My brain is brain blasting. So, you're killing Honglu, Yisang, and I guess Faust, right? It's either Faust or Rodion at that point. Rodian's doesn't really do anything, so I'd guess Faust. So you've got... You kill Honglu turn 1, obviously. And then turn 2, you have to kill both Yisang and... Rodion, or Faust. Okay, Soup, I'm gonna respond to that in a second, because that's wrong. Honglu, Rodia, and Yisang. I think you could get away with it with Faust, too. Turn 1, kill Yisang? No, turn 1, you killed Honglu. But yeah, you switch in Heathcliff, who then gets a free skill 3. Yeah, I guess. No, I can see it. I don't think it's, like, the best way to play it. But it's definitely not bad. I don't think I'd want to kill Rodion because I want to keep Falvist alive. I don't think this is the best way to do the team, but it is definitely a pretty strong way to do it. You don't get the benefit of Hexnail, which is why Malfaust is up here. There's a video that explains the team if you ever want to look it up. I know how the team works. But, like, you're killing Honglu, you're killing... Yeah, no, I can see it. So, the big thing that I'm worried about with it is that you can't use Envy Resonance before turn 3, which is annoying. You want to have Otis's skill 3 lined up for turn 1, but then you can use her skill 1 on the next turn and have the lust necessary for Scissors. You could theoretically get Sinclair's 4 counter off. And obviously, this Ryoshu is a really cracked ID. Right? I just wish he had an Envy skill. Like, that's the big thing that it's, like, getting me with her. But you just literally can't get Envy Resonance on turns 1 and 2. That's the big thing that was making me, like, question it. But then I thought about it for a second. I was like, you know what? This actually does work pretty well. I would argue that you're probably killing Faust and not Rodion, personally, but only because Rodion actually does have decent... Yeah, she has red eyes open, but you're not using it on turns 1 or 2. After turns 1 and 2, it doesn't matter because she's going to be really fast anyways. And yeah, you could technically do 6 res on turn 1. That's true. I'm not ever going to be resetting turn 1 because I don't find that enjoyable. But yeah, you convinced me. I wouldn't put her in the top tier, but she's definitely up there. Though this does mean though that I have to move a couple other IDs to the bottom of usable but bad, because the whole reason they exist is to die. And the other one is what? Thumb Rhodian, right? And they exist in the specific scenario that you're building with House of Fighters Ryoshu and just want to kill them. No, you can't kill Faust first. You have to kill either Yisang, Honglu, or Rodian first, because otherwise turn 2 you only get to kill one guy. Which you don't want to spend another turn not doing Envy Resonance. You know? Yisang's also a good support passive. I don't actually know what his support passive does, I'm gonna be honest with you. Let me check. Deal 5% damage with slash, pierce, and blunt attack skills that are used the first time by any ally each turn. I mean, I wouldn't call this good, but it does do something, I guess. Since Heathcliff isn't on field turn 1 here, it's technically easier to get a turn 1 double unpack on Otis, though I've never done it. I guess? But, like, that's not realistic. And then we have the obvious one. So I do think that Heathcliff is more important for an Envy Resonance team than Otis. Heathcliff is the one that makes all of the middle IDs consistent. But Otis is the damage. Otis is an insane... Otis is, Middle Otis in an Envy Resonance team might just be the best ID in the game. But only in that specific team. Outside of that specific team, it's House of Spiders Ryoshu. Even outside of a middle team, Middle Otis is crazy. Once you get Levitine fully unpacked, which will never happen. But, like, Middle Otis is pretty alright for Envy teams. Thank you, Nubernat. She's a little good. She's a little... She may have the highest single target damage in the game. A little bit. She's, also, having Ishmael on the field with her is just a 50% damage boost for her. She's also Ishmael's scaling, but faster, which is really funny. Because she gains Grudge just from Resonance. Rather than Ishmael, who has to get hit or watch Otis get hit. She also just inflicts an effect that makes her and only her deal more damage, which is really funny. It's so unnecessary, too. You're never gonna use the ally get killed skill. It's just not realistically gonna happen. Especially for Ishmael, who's probably not clashing. I did 1700 damage to Yinglong. I did a little less than that, but it didn't really matter. You can get Levitine in Railway even if you don't use Envy Resonance. So it would take a minimum amount of turns. It would take 25 turns at minimum. If you didn't use Envy Resonance. Or 19 if you somehow managed to get a double unlock on turn 1. So realistically, no, you're not. Like, the fights last a while, they don't last that long. I don't feel like I need to explain this ID, though. Middle Otis is just insane. It's... like, in any fight that lasts longer than a few turns, she is just the best unit ever. Also, that's not even everything about her. Believe it or not, there's an ego specifically for her that makes her better in this team. And that's Magic Bullet. Because it allows her to inflict Dark Flame for more passive damage. Like... it's kind of wild that they put Magic Bullet in the game and she could just use it. Middle Otis is cracked higher than Heath. The only reason I don't agree with that is Heath is the reason she can have SP. Like... otherwise you have to clash with her, which isn't optimal. Ebony Stem Middle Otis? What does it do for her? Am I stupid? What? Otis doesn't... oh, she does have a poise ego. Wait a minute. Oh, I guess Sunshower can technically give her poise. For a little bit of extra damage occasionally. That's true. That's not what I wanted to look at. What the heck does Ebony Stem do? She can inflict bind? Is that why? Eight rupture count next turn. But what are you doing with it? Is this a hold on. This is a strategy for Rupture, isn't it? It's not a strategy for Envy Resonance. It's a Rupture strategy. Because nothing else in your team is inflicting Rupture. Except Dimension Shredder Yi Sang. And we all know how people feel about him in Rupture. I think in middle, the bind is more helpful. Like, if you inflict enough bind, you can always redirect. But, like, I still think Magic Bullet is just better for this team. And there's the one last thing that I just didn't mention was binds. Has no relevant effects on the ego itself. But it does let her generate pride when she kills an enemy. So... it generates 1 pride and then 2 random affinity resources. You can use 2 Pathos Mathos to generate 1 pride. You don't need that. Also, you need pride to use it, so not really. Man. The top tiers really don't have a lot in them, do they? Anyways, Gregor. Last Sinner. Last Sinner alert. For a very long time, Gregor would have what I would consider no IDs that fit into this team, which is hilarious. I think Zweigregor's support passive is sometimes useful. I'm pretty sure. But other than that, he really didn't have anything. I'm double checking, because I don't know what it is. I don't think I've ever read it. Oh yeah, 1 ally with the highest max HP is targeted by 2 or more attacks, gain 3 defense level up. That is actually niche case useful in this. So I'm just going to go ahead and put him in usable but bad. Because it is fueled by sloths, so like... you know. He's also decently fast. But, yeah, for a very long time, his involvement in the Envy Resonance team looked like this. And I don't think anybody's gonna question this. Like, he just didn't have anyone that was good enough. I mean, you technically have an Envy skill, but he doesn't have any Envy ego either. So, that's one of the big things. Priest passive, support passive can sometimes be helpful. I ran Priest before he had any usable IDs because the support passive is just healing. And then we got to this season. And then 2 banners in a row. I'm just going to put Dawn Office here, by the way. For 2 banners in a row, Gregor was given IDs that were amazing for Envy Resonance. One of them took a little while for us to realize it. But Lamp Gregor has the slowest speed range in the entire game. Anyways, so the reason that Lamp specifically works well in this team is exactly that. He's slow. He basically is always slower than any middle ID because his max speed range is 4, and as long as you have 1 stack of Lamp, his max speed range is 3. So he will never outspeed them, so he'll always be at the end of the chain. He's also Burn. His damage is pretty good, so he helps with the team in that sense too. And then there's this... other thing to note, he can always redirect enemies despite his speed, which is corner case useful in this team. You really don't want them to target him, but sometimes you have to. But then there's this ego called Garden of Thorns, which for a long time was only usable in Lust, because it requires absolute resonance for its maximum benefit, and obviously you can't do that when the skill is Lust and everything else is a different type. That said, it can still provide its max bonuses for a different Sin Affinity. If Garden of Thorns is on the far right tile on your dashboard, and you do 6 Envy Absolute Resonance with all of your other skills, then not only is it a massive heal, but next turn, everyone will have a ton of Envy damage up and Envy power up. You need 6 Absolute Resonance for the next turn effect. But it's like, that's insane. To the point where, when I did middle Reflect Trial against Ricardo, I ended up using Garden of Thorns 4 times. The fight lasted 10 turns, by the way. Now, granted, Reflect Trial starts you with some resources, so it gives you a little boost. But even in any other fight, you can generate the sins needed for Garden of Thorns pretty easily through Scissors. As a result of that, he just ends up being really good. But that's not even the only Gregor ID we get to talk about, because 2 weeks later, we got the only Gregor with an Envy defense skill. I would say he's slightly worse, but in any team that has more than 1 charge ID, he's probably just the better choice. He's really fast. Once he has 3 charge potency, his speed range is 6 to 8, so he'll pretty frequently be at the fastest slot. Not always. But in the fastest slot, Garden of Thorns is even better because it also applies on the turn it is used. So you effectively get 2 whole turns of the Garden of Thorns boost. And if you can somehow do it 2 turns in a row, that's a double boost for the second turn. This does mean that you need to deploy your charge IDs in the front of the deployment order so that he can give them the most charge through his effects. But there are a pretty good amount of charge IDs that are good in this team, specifically Queen of Hatred and Dimension Shredder. I do agree with Lumiere in chat. If Charge Sting worked with Envy skills that didn't spend charge, then it would be so broken. I would put him like here if that were the case. But it doesn't. If Hohenheim Gregor is that high, why does Multicrack Faust lower when she also has an Envy defense and 2 Envy ego? Well, Faust doesn't have Garden of Thorns. And Multicrack Faust is also not that fast. I think her speed range is like 3 to 6. Compared to 6 to 8 at max capacity. You have to keep that in mind. It gives him the ability to use non-Envy skills in the middle of the chain, theoretically. I wouldn't say he can attack every turn, because he will still occasionally be slower than Otis specifically, and on very rare occasions, Sinclair. Yeah, that's basically it. Also, both of his skill 3s are crazy. Is another thing as well. I think doesn't the enhanced one inflict Envy Fragility? Hold on. I don't think it does, but in the back of my mind, I feel like I remember this being a thing. No, it doesn't. Okay, just making sure. It being AoE is important. But that's just because it's a really good skill. Notable, Charge Sting can increase the damage of move-in reg. Is that something that will frequently come up? Not really. Oh, Faust has 2 Envy Fragility. Okay, well, she's still slower than him, so that's a big problem. And, like, Charge Sting is a really powerful effect. It's just that this team doesn't have a lot of charge IDs that are worth bringing over the middle, as you can see. This one is up here for other reasons. Don't worry about her. It's like, if you bring Queen of Hatred Don Quixote and Dimension Shredder Yi Sang, you deploy... Your deployment order is like Don Quixote, Yi Sang, Gregor, and then the middle IDs. It's very strange that that is the case, but that is the case. And it's just so that he can actually apply charge to allies, really. I guess he could still theoretically give it to them if he was deployed last, but, like, why? You're already running 7 IDs at that point. Other big thing that he enables, if he's specific, I don't remember, is Lamp an LCE ID? I don't know. He is. So either of these Gregors paired with Yi Sang is what allows Yi Sang to get SP, because Middle Merceau on the bench can do that. It's not really that important, but... yeah, most of the time in a middle team, you're just debating over the 7th slot. You can bring 6 middle IDs, and judging by how 5 of them are in the, like, top 6 IDs for this team overall, you know, then you can run, like, I don't know, dude. You could even just run AEDD Gregor without any other charge IDs, realistically. And then a 7th ID, who cares? So, let's talk about things that could make this team better. Because it's already one of the best teams in the game, but it's also worth noting that it has some downsides, mostly in when enemies become staggered, your damage suffers a bit. If they upgrade the telepoles to give actual effects for Envy, rather than just being pure charge ego, that would be great. If they upgraded Soda on Honglu to do something else, then that would also be pretty good. What else could theoretically get Threadspin 5? Not really any ego that would matter for this team, I feel like. A charge ID on Sinclair that's actually decent could theoretically make a charge Envy Resonance team more passable of an idea. Because right now you don't really need Gregor for that purpose, because Dawn is the only one you would be running on a charge ID that wouldn't be middle. And then, like, she's charge sufficient on her own. She doesn't need Gregor's help. Yi Sang does benefit from Gregor, but, like, you know, any singular sinner getting a middle ID at this point would break everything. Because, like, say Gregor gets a middle ID. It doesn't even really matter. Like, Garden of Thorns stops mattering if Gregor gets a middle ID. Oh, you know what would actually break the game? They give Threadspin 5 to Garden of Thorns and make it actually match the highest resonance for the Sin Affinity. Ooh, yes. Draken. That's a good point, actually. One of the abnormalities we've seen so far is Bloodstained Gossipium. The ego gift for Bloodstained Gossipium forcefully recovers stagger on enemies in exchange for inflicting them with a ton of bleed, defense level down, and offense level down. If we get an ego for that abnormality and it does that, that's like a really good ego for this team. I think it would probably end up being Lust. Because why would it be Envy? It'd be either Lust or Gluttony. So you wouldn't be able to Envy chain on that turn. But stopping enemies from being staggered would unironically help this team so much. It's why Time Moratorium is, like, an actual good effect for them. In fact, Time Moratorium is a good enough effect for them that I'm gonna put T-Corp Don Quixote into, like, usable but bad. Because I think she's the worst one. She doesn't have an Envy skill. But she'd really do be inflicting Time Moratorium. It would be clunky, but provided that you already had Levitine fully scaled, then it would be like a good late game option to just make sure that you can always deal damage. Scissors Ego Gear would be on the team. I don't think we'd get a Scissors Ego Gear because we have no reason to believe that Scissors is owned by any corporation right now. White Gossipium to be Wrath instead. Why? I don't know why they would do that. They like making the ego synergize with the team that would most likely use it. And like it or not, the team that Project Moon would assume would use that effect would be Bleed. Gossipium's big skill is Wrath. This is true, but that's usually not what goes into it. A middle ID on Rodion, theoretically, because all middle IDs are Bleed, can make use of the passive of Sanguine Desire. and it would make Sanguine Desire an actually, like, decent option, provided that she goes either first or last. Because you could actually build up a ton of bleed like that. I don't think that's viable right now, because she just doesn't have a great Envy Resonance ID for that. N-Corp probably has Scissors, Fell Bullet, and Spiral. We don't have any reason to believe that they have Scissors, but Fell Bullet and Spiral, yeah. Tanya Rodian? You're not spelling her name right, but, I mean, they'll eventually give us the ensemble as Volpurgis Noct IDs, probably. So the problem with Tanya Ruina is that she didn't really counter. She had some counter dice, but it was mostly power null. Dropping Middle Merceau for Great Sister Rodian. She'll be real no cope. So, in the Uptie story for one of them, I don't remember which ID it is. Oh, it's Pirate Gregor. That's what it is. In the Uptie story for Pirate Gregor, they do mention a Great Sister. They never really say who she is. But considering who already has middle IDs, it would most likely be Faust or Rodian. I don't think they're going to give Ryoshu any other finger IDs, because it'd be thematically appropriate if they didn't give them to her. Fell Bullet and Spiral came from the railways. A semi-popular theory is that N-Corp owns every railway Avno. Except that that can't be true, because we know that the LCE owns Fey Lantern, Wayward Passenger, and Ardor Blossom Moth. We fight them in the Kanto. And they have they have Bloodstained Gossipium, too. And Ambling... Well, Ambling Pearl wasn't a railway Avno, but... They could gender swap the Great Sister. I think they already did, didn't they? That's why Otis is the one with Great Brother Matthias? Former Great Brother, rather. Middle Faust would be funny, Middle Rodian would be hot. I mean, I think... Realistically, I think all of them would be hot, wouldn't they? But there's a pretty good odds that we're not getting anything else for this team this season. I'm not going to say what it is, but we know the next ID already. Don't worry about it. It'll be revealed in like 2 days anyways. Middle Dawn is technically a gender swap. I mean, yeah, but it's just because we haven't seen any female grunt units from them yet. Middle Yisang, but I can't imagine he's a middle member. Well, he does have a book on every ID. So there's a chance. Dawn Office doesn't have anything to do with Tremor or stagger damage in the original lore. That's actually not true. If you look at Salvador's passives, you will see that one of his passives says, on damaging an enemy with burn, deal 1 to 2 stagger damage. We know? Yes, we know the next ID. But, well, okay, I should say I know. Because I realize a lot of people probably don't. But don't worry about it, because it doesn't apply to this list at all. Or at least probably won't. One more broken middle ID and the middle is the best team in the game. Yeah. And realistically, every ID released this season is good. I find it unlikely that any ID released in the future won't also be at least as good. Like, there's no way they're just gonna leave the middle behind. Uh, right? So, was the one mentioned in Datamine channel and Community Hub? I have no idea, I'm not in that server. I know because I have to look at the files for making videos and getting resources for them. And let's just say that there's something in there. So I don't work for Project Moon. I wish. I would help them design IDs. I love that. I could do this actually. I could like bring up an ID. Yeah, I know it's sad that it's leaks, but it's like it's Project Moon's fault, right? Because they keep including a file in their game called test build do not include. I'm not going to tell you what it is because it hasn't been officially revealed yet. What I'm going to do, because I think this is somewhat relevant, I can do this. I just have to add a scene on my thingy. Why is that image so freaking big? Just add a source. What am I doing? Add an image source. Image 2, sure. Find... Why did it open up there? What? Wow, that's big. In secret, I have been making a, like, fan story of this, and this is an ID from the most recent canto of that. This was made before any of the middle IDs of this season, for the record. So you might notice that there isn't a thing on here that says middle IDs can't be staggered, or at least I don't remember putting that there. You might also see the word charge. I encourage you not to worry about that. But, like, this is just something I enjoy doing in my free time, is making up IDs for characters that don't exist, because they don't exist. Like... This is tame for a modern Limbus ID, by the way. It's fewer words than the actual Great Sister ID that we literally have in the game. So, like, you know... Anyways, I'm gonna hide that now, because I don't care. But yeah, that's basically it. I've done every ID. As you can see, the majority of IDs are just not usable here, because this team is very particular. But there's a pretty good selection of units that, obviously, there's some that are the best, but there's quite a bit of variance in what you can use if you don't quite have everything from that best list. Kind of a missed opportunity to make the Vengeance tattoos work as charge potency. I mean, yeah, that would be nice, but... I'm a Cuckoo Gaga player. I want one-click 1k damage. That's fair. There are some IDs that do that, so... You could show Middle Otis's kit to a Limbus player 3 years ago and they'll have a stroke. So 3 years ago I reviewed Regret Faust and got really angry because I thought she was too good. It was a pretty noteworthy moment on my channel. It's one of my most disliked videos, was the kit review of Regret Faust that I did on the first Volpurgisnacht. She is a good ID, by the way. She's not nearly as good as I was suggesting she was in that video. Why Rhodia isn't bad? You were not here long enough. Also, why Rhodia's in the second to top tier, Angela? She's literally everywhere. Also, this says usable but bad. Look at how many Rhodians are in useless. Where is she, actually? What the heck? There she is. Look at this. There's 4. There's only 6. It's like there's just as many. There's more Rhodias above the useless tier than there are below it. Yeah, the Nurse Father IDs. It's funny looking back at all the Nurse Father IDs and saying that Yi Sang is the weakest one. Because I think he is. I don't even think it's particularly close. But, like... Heck, some of the apprentices are better than Nurse Father Yi Sang. I genuinely think that Apprentice Don Quixote is better than Nurse Father Yi Sang. He deals so much damage. She deals so much damage, rather. For some reason, when the Nurse Father IDs came out, I've started to focus on the older IDs for some reason. I mean, do an ego tier list for their usefulness in an NV team. That would not be very interesting. I could. Here. Let's see, does this one have the Don Quixote yet? Yes, they added it. Okay. Here. Where's the reset button? Because I have the freaking stuff all in the thing. Alright. Let's do it. I don't really need to edit these, let's be real. I will just make the bottom tier useless. I will remove 2 tiers. And then we will have most envious. And then envy button. Because realistically, these are the only tiers you're gonna have when we're talking about Envy Resonance Ego. So if we're going through every single ego, let's start with useless. Representation emitter, that's pretty useless. I don't know why is La Sangre de Sancho. I mean, technically you could heal off of this, but it's pretty useless. Fourth match, Force for the Flames. I mean, I get it here. I have to add another tier. Because an effect was provided is in fact a thing that can happen. But I think the envy button is probably better. So the Chains of Others is pretty much good everywhere. So, like, sure. Land of Illusion, that's pretty useless. We've got Body Sack is actually pretty good. Let's be real. Snag Harpoon is pretty useless. What is Cast? That's useless. We've got Branch of Knowledge, believe it or not, useless. We've got Tupetos Metos. I'm going to be so real, though. This one might actually be detrimental. You can't activate the passive with Middle Otis. It's literally impossible. You have to get hit. Suddenly One Day is useless. Let's see. Both Lanterns, pretty useless. They can heal you, but, like, whatever. Wishing Cairn. That's useless. The other Wishing Cairn, also useless. We've got Yasunyata Tedrupam. This one does, in fact, provide an effect, but don't worry about it. This one is actually, like, decent, because it can stop Heathcliff from dying. It gives him a max HP bonus for some reason. I don't know why they did this, but they did it, and so it is usable. Okay, what do we got next? We've got, oh, Hexnail. Actually, like, really good. All the Hexnails do things that are really good for this team, in fact. Don't worry, we'll get to Envy button. It's literally just Envy Ego that you click because they're Envy. Pursuance is bad for this team. Pursuance is bad for this team. Ardor Blossom Star? Wait a minute. That one goes in the Envious tier. That one actually does something for this team, believe it or not. And it's just because Middle Ishmael is a burn ID. It makes your burn infliction better. Faust's Ardor Blossom Star, I guess you can sometimes get some damage out of it. Ebony, I'm not gonna pretend like this is a good choice. Not for the Envy team. Impending Day is bad for this team, I'm gonna be so real with you. Leisure Domain, wouldn't you know it, not good for this team. Screw Loose Wallop is the first one that's just an Envy button. I think it's usually good, but there isn't a Merceau ID that's good enough to bring in this team for it to be usable. Roseate Desire. An effect was in fact provided. The other Roseate Desire is useless, though. Sun... Wait, what? I just skipped a lot. Rhyme Shank. Nope. Sorry. Fluid Stack is a nope on Don Quixote. It does... The other one does heal you, let's be real. I wouldn't put it in most envious, though. Fourth Match Flame... not Isang's. Not Rodian's, because she doesn't have a Wrath skill in this team. Ryoshu's... sure. Telepole, in almost every situation, is a button you click when you need to use an Envy skill and don't have any other options. I'm gonna put the new Don Quixote Lifetime Stew up here, only because it lets you generate Lust passively. It's not really... I wouldn't call it easy to use, because you still need a bunch of Lust to use it. Yeah, any Healing Ego is good for... Fine, I'll make another tier. They heal you. Fine. Which Healing Ego did I put in... I mean, I guess theoretically this one, too. But... boom. 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 This one does, in fact, heal you. Did I miss any other? I guess this does, too. What else? We've got... Sinclair's Lifetime Stew. I don't feel like this one's good enough. Okay, so this is obviously a really good ego, but it doesn't really benefit Sinclair that much. You're using it for the ego resource gain, and you just don't need that. Plus, if you're using an ID that wants to be faster than the middle all the time, it messes that up because it applies haste. So, I don't feel it. It heals you. Hello, tree poster. Hong Lu's Dimension Shredder really does have an effect. It's not that good. Then Yi Sang's doesn't do anything. Otis's is an Envy skill, I'll give it that. Heathcliff's AEDD does heal you. I will give it credit for that. It does, in fact, do that. Gregor's AEDD, however, does not. So it's pretty useless. Ishmael Capote is, what, Wrath damage up, right? Theoretically, this can buff Heathcliff. I guess. Is it alright to be here? I just finished Kanto 3. Don't worry, you're not going to get any spoilers from this. I'm just ranking Ego. You can see all the Ego without going through the Kantos. Merceau's Capote is not good for this team, sadly. I gotta admit, it really does give you poise. I think Rodeo will probably get a middle ID next. I think that's probably the most likely scenario. I just don't think it'll happen soon. Sinclair's Stu lets Otis and Ishmael stat grudge. Fine. He's saying Sun Shower is useless. Red Eyes Closed has never been a good ego. Like, I don't even know why we thought this could have ever been good. It's terrible. Red Eyes Open is an envy ego, so I'll give it some credit. Soda! As opposed to Soda, which is envy. So there's a pretty stark difference in just that case. Regret really does be applying an effect. I don't really think it's that good in this team. Effervescent Corrosion doesn't do anything for you. Same with the other one. What's next? Faust 9-2? I don't like it, but it does inflict 10 defense level down. How is ABS Ishmael ever that high? Well, middle Ishmael is a burn ID, and it has a passive that lets you inflict burn. I guess I could lower it. Like, it's not moving out of this tier, but it is useful. Sinclair's 9-2 does nothing and has never done anything. Ryoshu's Blind Obsession... I mean, realistically, this does nothing. Ishmael's Blind Obsession really do be healing you. But it's SP, though. So it's not as useful. So I'll put it in an effect was provided. It's basically a dead turn not using Envy skill 3s. Okay. And? What if you can't counter? And don't have her skill 3? What do you do then? She doesn't have an Envy button. If you don't use Ardor Blossom Star, you do nothing. Have you ever actually used it in Railway or Reflectile? Yes, both! I mean, I didn't record my Reflectile run, but if you go watch my Railway run, I use it like 3 times. You want to know why? Because it helps you inflict more burn, and a lot of your damage relies on burn. Spamming counters every turn is the best option when the counters will actually go off. But if they're not going to be able to counter and can't use an Envy skill, if you have a skill that does nothing on the chain, then it's worse than using Ardor Blossom Star on Ishmael. If you're counting SP, Representation Emitter should also be healing. Actually, it should be an effect was provided because it's SP healing. But I don't organize the bottom tier. Holiday Heathcliff, this one is actually pretty good. I wouldn't say it's, like, the best ego ever, but it is, like, genuinely useful for the team, yeah. It's better than Ishmael's. I will concede to that. Let's see. Otis's Holiday does, in fact, provide an effect. Garden of Thorns! Garden of Thorns is crazy if you can actually use it at its max potential. If you can't, well, then you don't click it, so... But it's definitely up there. Bygone Days, Yisang doesn't do anything. Bygone Days, Gregor can heal your SP, so it goes in here. I'm not really organizing this tier either, I just vibe check it. Mostly. Bygone Days Ishmael can heal you. Electric Screaming Don Quixote is an Envy button. It's a better and it's a decent Envy button. Electric Screaming Merceau is actually good. I'd put it like here. No, it's higher even. It's like here. Like, what do you mean by playing optimally? Like, if an enemy is... No, double unpack isn't optimal, it's just luck-based. I mean, I guess, yes, it is optimal, but you're never going to do it realistically. No, playing optimally is dealing the most damage each turn you can. And yeah, if Ishmael isn't going to attack, you're going to deal more damage by clicking the ego. I don't know why this is so difficult to understand. Bind's Otis is alright. I don't want to put it above an effect was provided, because you're just using it for the passive, but it is Sin Generation, so there's that. Bind's Heathcliff is really good. Why is Envious and Most Envy filled with purple? I don't know, man. There might be a reason. Envy is purple, that's the reason. Wingbeat, you're not going to use in this team. Okay, so Sanguine Desire technically provides an effect. But, like, it's not great. Yet. This one's okay. It provides an effect. It's not healing, it just gives you shield, but it's still useful. We've got... this doesn't do anything for this team. How often are you triggering Tremor Burst? Never. Okay. Contempt Awe is a pretty good one. I'm gonna put it, like, here. Because it is resource generation, but you kind of have to devote Superbia to it. So... probably better than Sinclair's Hexnail. I don't think I've ever used Heathcliff's Fell Bullet. So, and I know I haven't used this one because I actively avoid it. Solemn Lament Gregor. Does this do... I mean, I guess if you can inflict Gregor with a negative effect, he gets an attack power-up. This one doesn't do anything, though. I know that. Yeah, no, it's Ardor Blossom on Ishmael's Heath-Slot. Wingbeat is just not helpful in... Wait, it can give offense level up on Corrosion. No, that's not worth putting it any higher. What am I talking about? This ego is just bad. So is this one. I don't know what happened when they were designing Lasso. It's just not good. This... Like, you're not clicking it. Okay, so theoretically, this can deal decent damage thanks to Middle Dawn's passive. But, like, when are you realistically clicking it? Asymmetrical Inertia really does provide an effect sometimes. Not frequently, but it does. So Christmas Nightmare on Gregor does technically lower enemy defense and offense levels, so it can do something. It also can technically heal. Wingbeat is passive healing? I guess. Yeah. It's better than these ones. I forgot that it heals you, to be honest. This doesn't help because it's mostly for self-trimmer stuff. Yeah, I put it there. Magic Bullet Otis is a crazy ego for this team. Thoracalgia on Ryoshu. I mean, it gives poise, I guess. No, because it needs Pride Absolute Resonance to give poise, now that I think about it. Baus at least passively heals you. So there's that. Indicant's Trial really can heal. It's like one of the better heals, but it's best in Wrath Resonance, so Pursuance is probably just better if you can't equip Hexnail. This... I mean, I guess theoretically Centipede Venom can inflict offense level down. I'm not putting it up there. Red Sheet, you're just not going to use it in this team. This one is okay. If you can somehow manage to fuel it, it's useful. It's not going to be fantastic, though. Does Capo Merceau have an ego? I mean, it's Capote, right? It's, this one? That's the one specifically... well, the ID was designed with the ego in mind. Why is Holiday Heath envious? Because it's just useful in the team. That's why. Tears of the Tarnished Blood Honglu. In theory, if he ever gets a middle ID, then this could be a good way to stop him from going out, so he activates a counter and then immediately blows up the field. Until that point, it's gonna be pretty useless. I think it was, like, specifically an ego that's designed to work for him. Because there's a bunch of ego that are designed to work for specific IDs. It's just that I don't think the Merceau has one of those. Capote is the closest you're getting. So if you're using Queen of Hatred Dawn, this is really good. It can also heal. It's not, like, amazing otherwise, but it is a pretty good one. I do think that if Honglu ever gets a middle ID, then you'll want this Tears of the Tarnished Blood on him. Oh, it does make them red coin, true. Crushbound Past do be providing an effect. Title Elegy is basically useless here, unfortunately. To remain oneself really does be generating Sloth Gloom and Pride. But realistically, you're never going to click it. Command Meltdown really do heal you. Okay. I guess this one technically has an effect that helps this team. If Gregor ever gets like a good defensive ID to equip here, this would be a pretty cracked ego for that. But, like, you want Garden of Thorns for this team. Okay. Let's not kid ourselves. Put this one here. Yeah, let's not kid ourselves. I'm actually going to swap these two. About Otis's scissors. It is the best ego this team has. Without question. Yeah, egos come from abnormalities, except for the 4 that come from Arknights. That's true. Move and Reg is also really good. It's not like as good as the other ones, but it's a really solid ego for this team. This doesn't do anything for you. It technically makes Burn deal more damage. You know what? Fine. Tears of the... This isn't Tears of the Tarnished Blood. This one doesn't make Burn deal more damage. Sinclair's Rhythm... I mean, it's like weird because it does have a good effect, but it's expensive. It has a very niche use case in the team. Kind of like Ardor Blossom Star and Holiday. I would actually just put it, like, here, if I'm being honest. Into the Sunset. This heals you. And then, is this fair? No, I'm gonna put this at the bottom. Like, it does something, but Merceau's ID that wants to use this doesn't equip this. Anyways, that's it for the ego when it comes to NV Resonance, because, like, yeah, like, everything in this tier can do something that can theoretically help your team. Whether or not that's good is up to you. This tier is just ego that heal you. And then this tier is just envy ego that you realistically never want to click. What Merceau can inflict more bleed, though? I mean, it's not Blade Lineage. It's like, these are all the ego that matter when talking about Envy Resonance. They're all the ones that do something tangible for the team. And like, you know, there's some stuff in here that like you really wouldn't think of, but most of the top things are either Sin Generation, something to boost Envy, or Magic Bullet. But yeah, that's basically it. My throat hurts. I've been talking for too long. Thank you all for being here. I'm not gonna post these anywhere because I know people will just use it as an excuse anyway. I'm gonna get... It's a tier list video, so like people are gonna shit on it in the comments regardless. But is Envy more reliant on ego than other teams? No, not really. Realistically, you just counter, and the counters deal way more damage than any Envy ego you could ever equip. But the ego boosts them a lot. If I were to say any team is reliant on ego, it'd probably be Burn. Maybe Rupture? Most teams just aren't that reliant on ego. But yeah, thank you all for watching. I'm gonna go rest my voice, because it does hurt. So, have a good day. Bye-bye.